Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Before we get back to the question I originally asked Ms. Van der Ark, you just obviously had quite a visual reaction there to the jury, a physical reaction in front of the jury looking at those photographs. That's not the first time you've seen these photographs, though, is it?
No, sir.
In fact, you sat in this very courtroom not even a week ago on Friday when we had a hearing about those photographs and looked at those photographs, didn't
I
you?
did not look at them last week, sir.
You didn't look at them last week?
No, sir, I did not.
But you've looked at them before, haven't you?
It was, I think it was at the prelim, and I gagged that day too. It just wasn't as bad.
Didn't throw up, though.
No, it wasn't as bad.
So if there's video from that hearing that we had last week where you thumbed through the photographs, including the autopsy photos, without vomiting, do you just not remember that as well?
We didn't have the autopsy. We didn't have those photos over at our table, sir. It won't be on the video. I can promise you that.
Well, then I'll return to my original question. Those 3 photographs depict your son hours after you supposedly put him in a warm bath. Did he look like that when you put him in the warm bath, but for the fact that he was alive?
I did not look at him, sir. He was 15. I tried to give him his privacy. It may sound lame, but I intentionally look away. That's why Paul did most of his baths, is because he's 15 and I didn't think that was appropriate.
So you didn't put him in the bathtub?
No, he was already in the tub. I just looked.
Did you get him out of the tub?
I don't remember. I think so. Later that night, I would assume so.
Later that night? How long was he in the tub?
Well, night to me is any time after work. So
Okay. How long was he in the tub?
I don't think it was long after I got home, but I don't know.
Again, you didn't tell the police officers this when they talked to you about what had happened the night before, did you?
I don't remember. Apparently, I didn't.
Well, so you don't remember what you told the police officers?
I remember part of it, but I mean, if you say I didn't tell them, then I trust your word there.
If you told the police officers that you noticed he was skinny, so you made him some bread and put some butter on it and watched him eat 3/4 of it and then sent him to bed, does that refresh your recollection about what you told the officers?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't remember saying it, but
So you don't remember saying those things to the police officer?
no, sir.
And those things clearly didn't happen, did they?
No, sir.
How did he get into his room that night?
I don't remember, sir.
Last page of the text messages. You can go ahead and read that very top text message, please.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it, though. It's beyond ridiculous.
I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. Plan was for him to sleep in the bathroom, wasn't it?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, I know that in the text message, but if that's what the text message says.
Okay. And you had to drag him back to the small room. Again, the small room being the closet, right?
Yes, sir.
Supposedly that he wanted to sleep in.
Yes, sir.
But you had to drag him there. Why was that?
Well, dragging, I mean, that could be anywhere from grabbing hold of an arm and because someone's not being cooperative. That can be a range of things, sir. So I don't know what I was referring to there.
You've seen the video, haven't you?
No, sir. I haven't seen any videos.
Do you need your memory refreshed about him getting back in the small room that night?
No, sir. I mean, like I said, I don't remember actually doing it.
Did you physically pull him into the room that night?
Yes, sir. I mean,
And did you push him down onto the ground so that he was laying and facing the camera?
if that's what it shows, then yes, sir.
And did you position his face towards the camera?
If that's what it shows,
And did you tell him that he owes you the biggest apology on the face of the earth, and then maybe he can get out to go to the bathroom?
if that's what it shows, sir, I don't remember.
And did you return a little while later because he had rolled over away from the camera so that you couldn't see him on camera?
If that's what it shows, I don't remember any of this.
And did you tell him you don't need to open your mouth every time you breathe, dummy, and then hold his mouth shut?
I don't know what I said, sir. I mean, I'll take your word for that's what the video
Oh, you don't have
shows.
to take my word for it. Let's play the video for you.
Sir, that's not necessary. If that's what you're saying it shows, I believe you. I'm
So
not.
you're acknowledging that the night before Timothy died, hours before he died, you dragged him looking like that back into his small room. positioned him in front of a camera, told him he owed you an apology, then came back later because he rolled over away from the camera and held his mouth closed and said, see, you don't have to open your mouth when you breathe, dummy. You're acknowledging you did those things.
If that's what the camera shows, yes, sir.
You didn't put him in a warm bath that night, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
But you had to drag him away from it?
If that's what it says, I know that I know he had a hoodie on.
You said the locks on the refrigerator were there because he got into the refrigerator, and if I heard your testimony correctly, he ate a pound of frozen hamburger?
Yes, sir. That was back.
And a bag of chicken nuggets?
A frozen bag of chicken nuggets, yes, sir.
And frozen hamburger?
Yes, the hamburger was not frozen, it was refrigerated.
But frozen chicken nuggets?
Frozen chicken nuggets and raw bacon.
And raw bacon?
Yes, sir.
Frozen raw bacon?
No, it was in the refrigerator.
The frozen stuff was the chicken.
The chicken nuggets, that was the only frozen, yes, sir.
Did you think he had an affinity for frozen food?
I didn't know the only thing he ate frozen was the chicken nuggets.
Is that why you sent a text message to Paul while he was in the ice bath at 3:43 that afternoon and said, oh, okay, crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked. Why'd you send that text message?
I don't know.
Don't remember that, Yvonne, either?
No, sir.
So you're not worried about him eating frozen pizza rolls if he sits up?
If that's what it says.
You've heard it read several times.
Yes,
You're not
sir.
doubting that's what it says, right?
Yes, sir.
Just another one of those memories that you just gone from your head, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you told Detective Peasky that the reason the locks were on the refrigerator is because he would get into them and he'd leave the doors open, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, that was also true. He did that as well.
How does putting locks on fix that problem?
He can't get into it then, so it doesn't get left open.
Oh,
No,
so,
he was
it
the
wasn't,
only
so
one.
you admit that he was not allowed access to the refrigerator or the freezer or to the pantry?
As far as the refrigerator or freezer, after we put the locks on.
He couldn't get into them, could he?
No, not after that.
And the pantry had an alarm on it as well, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. We'll move on. We can circle back to that one. Let's talk about some of the other things that you told Detective Peasky. You told Detective Peasky that long after the stroke happened in January, Timothy went on a hunger strike. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Not long after. And no, that was not a lie. That was the truth.
He went on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir, he did. It wasn't immediately, but it was within a few days.
And a hunger strike is refusing to eat, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's refusing to eat food not long after your husband has a stroke, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you don't need to put locks on the refrigerator and freezer, do you? If he's refusing to eat.
He stopped. He started eating again.
He started eating again, so then you decided he's been on a hunger strike, he's eating again, so now we better lock up the food.
No, I did the locks to protect him because he could have killed himself eating the chicken nuggets. I didn't put the locks on after he did the hamburger or the bacon, but the chicken nuggets, it was raw chicken.
Chicken nuggets are cooked, aren't they? They're pre-cooked.
Are they? I didn't even think about that.
But it's okay if he has a frozen pizza roll or two, if he sits up, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. February 18th, 2022. Find out what he has snuck right the heck now. Because I know he has snuck all stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been. So starting February, you had to lock up all the food. Make sure he's not getting into the brownies, right?
And all of the food was never locked. There's no pictures of it, but one of the lower cupboards had quite a bit of canned food in it. And he actually would get into that and eat stuff out of cans as well. But there was never a lock on that lower cupboard. I don't know if I know they took pictures of it because I showed it to him.
So he had access to one cupboard of food?
The pantry wasn't locked the whole time. I know that.
But there were times the pantry was locked or had an alarm on it, wasn't there?
There was no alarm. I never got one for the pantry. I've heard the text messages. I don't remember there being a lock on the pantry, but I've heard.
228, check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home. Paul's response, yes, he grabbed some chips. I know. So he wasn't allowed to eat chips on 228 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Couldn't have some chips, right?
I mean, I don't know what happened in that situation.
Well, you didn't say, make sure he didn't get into the frozen chicken nuggets because it might kill him. You said, find out what he's been into, and Paul says he's been into chips, right?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So I imagine the next text message then is, oh, great, that's fine, he can have some chips.
Well, no, the point of it was he was sneaking things. He knew better.
Couldn't have chips.
It wasn't that he couldn't have chips. It was that he would sneak things. It
So
was dishonest.
How would he earn getting chips?
He didn't have to earn them. All he had to do was ask. I was trying to teach him not to sneak. He snuck. It wasn't just food. He would sneak in the garage. He would sneak toys. He snuck around and messed with his baby brother's homeschooling materials. I've got like flashcards and stuff for him. He messed with those and got them all out of order.
March 4th is around the time that you acknowledged that he was in zip cuffs. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but I don't think we clarified your final text message where you said, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, so he can't do that. Is that one of the can't remember texts too?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. March 19th. Okay, that only makes partial sense. What did he grab? LOL. Paul's response, I don't know, chips or something small he had in his pocket. Okay, tell him he just restarted his not eating again. That was you, March 19th. Tell him he's just restarted his not eating again. So he took chips. So the punishment for that is now he's not allowed to eat anything again, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Don't remember that one. Okay. Talking about the punishment outside. Paul says, wall sits question mark, and they say, push him until it looked like he is about to fall over, please. That was for running up and down the stairs, wasn't it, on April 14th?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So you wanted Paul to run him up and down the stairs until he was ready to fall over.
That's what the text says.
What crime had he committed to warrant being physically driven until you fall over?
I have no idea, sir.
April 18th. He managed to come upstairs, yank the locks off of both the freezer and the pantry without you noticing, and he stole a bunch of crap that squished and rattled and did all sorts of stuff, and you slept through everything. KK, no devices until tomorrow, at least my lunch other than messaging, until at least my lunch other than messaging me, which would be very little. Remember that?
I don't remember it, no, sir.
So, but if the text message said he yanked the locks off the pantry, then there were locks on the pantry as of April 18th, right?
Apparently.
$4.26, almost freaking caught him again. I want all the food in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked. So locking up all the food again on April 26th, correct?
Well, the cupboard still was never locked.
And what was in the cupboard?
A bunch of canned stuff. There's a bunch of cans in there.
Bunch of cans in there?
Yeah.
So you're okay with him getting into a bunch of canned stuff? I
mean, he got into it all the time.
So what do you go to the drawer, get a can opener, open up the can, put it on the stove, warm the stuff up?
No, he didn't. He would eat it straight out of the can.
But that didn't worry you.
Weird, huh?
That didn't worry you?
Well, when I discovered it, it did, but I just never put anything on that cupboard.
So what caused this almost freaking caught him? I want all the food in the fridge and the freezer, the pantry, those locked up, April 28th.
I have no idea, sir. Without having it in there, I don't know what caused it.
It's likely related to the text before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
He keeps pulling his arms down, and that doesn't set off the camera alarm, so please watch him for that. Well, why did he have his arms up?
He was standing against the wall with his arms on his head.
So he'd have to do that for long periods of time, right?
Stand there, but he didn't have to have his arms up the whole time, but I'd set a time limit on how long he had to have his arms up.
And you're watching or watching an alarm to make sure his arm doesn't go down, right?
From the sound of it.
The response to you about from Paul about locking up the food, it's just he pulled the pantry door lock. What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off? Paul says, yes, that part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky locks. Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the floor in a bag in my room. And you need to make him run up and down the stairs a ton for that, even in the cold and rain. So trying to take some food, not in his cabinet full of canned goods, and pulling the alarm, the pantry lock off, means he doesn't get food, it all gets locked away, and he has to run the stairs, even in the cold and rain, right?
Him being deceitful and sneaky.
He was deceitful and sneaky a lot, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did it ever occur to you it's because he was hungry?
He was that way well before there was issues, well before the stroke. I mean, we always had issues with him over that. His stepmom warned me about that.
Well before you said well before the issues. What issues?
Before his first hunger strike, before any of this, he was extremely sneaky.
Did it ever occur to you that this is not the way to deal with a person who's been on a hunger strike? Locking up their food, locking up their access to food, punishing them when they try to take food? Did that ever occur to you with your brilliant legal mind, as it was, that wasn't a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
April 27th, Timothy is no longer allowed anywhere near the fridge, freezer, or pantry, or any other place where food is. So now it sounds like he can't even get into his cabinet full of canned goods, right?
I mean, that's what it said. There was never a lock on that.
But he wasn't allowed near it.
I mean,
Right.
if that's what it says, I don't.
That was April 27th. Just a few days before, somehow he manages to be 104 pounds, which, as we've heard from the testimony this morning, is still a good 30 pounds under average weight, right?
Well, my kids most of them are slim. Paul is 6'1" and 130. He doesn't even hit the 134 for a 5'8" person. And I lose weight extremely easily. So he at 104, he looked average.
February 14th, I may need some help with it, but I am about to get a lock for the pantry door and a lock for the fridge and both freezers. And then we won't leave any food out of those areas, and he won't have access to unlock those. Okay, Paul's response. Your response, if you disagree, please say so, but he is not going to win this. I may need some help with it, but I'm about to get that's the same thing. So you were bound and determined that he wasn't going to win and get food without asking for permission first, weren't you? Even if that meant locking up all the food.
No, sir, I was bound and determined he would stop being deceitful and sneaky.
He is not going to win this.
Because he was being stubborn. He kept sneaking. He snuck stuff. We found out, actually, it was well before the stroke. Paul discovered it. This was before his first hunger strike. I mean, before anything. Paul went down to the downstairs bathroom one day, and I want to say it was at least 3 cupboards, if not 4 across. And I guess he'd opened one of the cupboards, and Timothy had snuck a bunch of stuff. I mean, there was wrappers and cans and all sorts of stuff. He did that. I mean, that was, I don't remember if it was before or after my oldest son's wedding, but it was around that time.
And again, your response to all of this, rather than to seek some professional help for him, because of these eating issues that he apparently has, is to restrict even further his access to food, right? And then watch his every move on a camera or with a motion sensor or with an alarm, right?
My response was to try to prevent him from being deceitful and sneaky.
April 28th, do you want to have just the one on the pants for tonight? When I leave, you will have to have both of them on so it doesn't get away with anything. So by April 28th, you were putting multiple alarms on his person, weren't you?
If that's what it says, I didn't realize he even owned more than one. I only remember ordering one.
Okay, take off the arm one, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he'll be doing stairs for that tomorrow. That's at 11 o'clock in the evening on 4/28. So you were watching to see how many times he moved his arm when he was in his room?
How many times he dropped his, was he in his room?
I don't know.
I
You
would
tell me.
assume
I
he was
wasn't
up against
there.
the wall, because
All I can
normally,
do is read you the text message. It says, "Okay, take off the arm one," referencing back to the alarms, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera, picking it up, and he will be doing stairs for that tomorrow.
that
He's not sneaking around there, is he?
no, he was up against the wall and he was supposed to have his arms on his head for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so at 11 o'clock at night, he's supposed
Sometimes.
to be up against the wall, and you want to make sure that he knows you're going to know how many times he moves his arm. And if it's not satisfactory, he gets to do stairs for that the next day.
Yes, sir, apparently.
April 29th. What did he eat? I ate my burger already. Paul's response, he ate the crust. You remember what your response was?
I don't remember. I heard it the other day, but I don't remember sending that.
Go try to make him throw up, please. That was your response, wasn't it?
If that's what it says.
Don't remember?
No,
I'm going to
sir.
put that one in the don't remember category.
Like I said, unfortunately, between January and the time he passed away, I don't have a lot of memories in general of Gabriel, of G, Timothy, of Paul. I know that there's times that I went over to my in-laws' house and I don't remember a lot of that. It's not just this.
So the crime he committed here, just so we're clear, wasn't sneaking frozen chicken nuggets or a bag of chips. It was eating the crust of what sounds to be an already half-eaten burger or an eaten burger. And your response to that is go make him throw up, please.
If that's what it says. And the crime was, again, it's being sneaky and deceitful. It was never about it wasn't about the food. It was because he every time we turned around, he was sneaking something. It wasn't just food. He snuck toys. Like I said, he snuck batteries.
May 5th, did Timothy work hard enough to sleep tonight so you and I can both get some sleep? He will still have to work super hard tomorrow to earn the same, but wanted to ask about tonight first. Do you want to explain how that falls in with your statement that the reason he wasn't allowed to sleep was because he would keep you guys awake?
I actually do remember that. Timothy asked if he could trade off not getting to sleep for something else, and I had him doing chores.
There's a lot to unpack in that sentence, so I think I'll just start at the end. So he had to ask for permission to sleep.
No,
Right?
this was because he had kept us up. Like I said before, he had kept us up, so he wasn't going to get to sleep. And he asked if he could trade that punishment for another punishment.
How was that not having to ask for permission to go to sleep, Ms. Vander Ark?
It wasn't because it was a punishment. It wasn't anything about, he didn't have to ask to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll do something else if you let me sleep, right?
It was trading a punishment for a punishment. That's
May 16th, where is Timothy? Paul's response, sorry, I was getting dressed. Timothy is on a 5-minute bathroom timer. Well, 4 now. And your response, why is he on a 5-minute timer? He doesn't get 5 minutes. He gets 60 seconds unless he needs to poop, then he gets 2 minutes. He only got to go to the bathroom for 1 minute or 2 minutes, depending on what he had to do.
I don't remember ever enforcing that, but obviously I sent it. But
Doesn't that strike you as everything else that happens is just cruel and unusual to tell a child, heck, to tell anybody that you only get a certain amount of time in the bathroom? That doesn't strike you as cruel? It's not argumentative.
It certainly is. It's argumentative. She can answer the question, but certainly the way it's phrased is an argument. There's no question there. It's an argument. You judge with a question mark at the end.
No, I really want to know if she thinks it's cruel to put somebody on a bathroom timer.
And the relevance of if she thinks it's cruel, it's simply argumentative, Judge.
I don't think it's argumentative. It would tend to give some insight, I suppose, to an intent. If Mr. Johnson, you would like to clarify or have it clarify what her definition of cruel or unusual is so that we're all on the same page with the witness, that's fine. But I think the question can be asked. So the objection is overruled.
So your response to that, well, I want my question answered. Is it cruel to make a child go to the bathroom on a timer?
Yes, sir.
May 17th, before I left, when I was having you sign into the camera and turning on the sound for the camera so you would hear the alarm if it went off. And by the way, I told him yesterday that if he did that in the garage again, he would sleep in the garage for a night. So let him know that he would be doing that as soon as the temperatures are safe enough for him to make him do it. So you were going to have him sleep in the garage for a night.
I actually remember that text message and I was frustrated. I never would have done it, but I was frustrated. I type really fast and I admit I have a bad habit of saying stuff when I'm upset and then calming down later and it being totally different. But I do remember that and it never happened.
It didn't happen? What didn't happen? You didn't make him sleep in the garage?
No.
Oh. Yes, thank goodness for that. Same day, 12:53. Did he heat the pancake in a cup? Otherwise, it's just powder and it's not safe to eat without being heated either. When it actually says, did he hear the pancake in the cup? I assume he meant heat the pancake in the cup, right? Do you remember this text exchange?
Vaguely.
And Paul's response, no, he just ate the powder. And your response, that could make him sick, the dummy. Tabasco in his mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave. This was May 17th. Do you remember this exchange?
I don't remember the Tabasco because I never called it. I said Tabasco.
Tabasco in the mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave.
I don't remember that being a part of it. I remember part of the conversation, but I don't remember that part of it.
Well,
But
Timothy obviously didn't like Tabasco, did he?
We didn't have any Tabasco sauce. That's why it doesn't make any sense. We had hot sauce, but we didn't have Tabasco sauce.
Okay, so the punishment for eating pancake in a cup is Tabasco or some type of hot sauce in the mouth. Is that right?
Sneaking something dangerous. If that's what, I mean, if you're asking what he was punished for, it would be for sneaking.
You were concerned for his well-being.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's why you're having this text exchange, right?
Yes, sir.
You're really concerned for him at that point.
Yes, sir. Those pancakes in a cup had, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think they had eggs in them.
That could make him sick, the dummy. Do you always refer to him as a dummy when you're worried about him?
No, sir. You can look at the text messages. I hardly ever said anything like that.
Hardly ever said anything like that? It's not a good idea to call a child a dummy, is it?
I never would to him. I was frustrated, like I said.
Later on in that same text exchange, Paul says he also crapped himself. And your response is, what? In his pants? Seriously? Paul, I told him to take a 5-minute shower. Make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. Just make sure the garage door stays closed, and then he can stand down against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. Just please make sure G does not go downstairs at all while he's standing there like that. Break that up again. So make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. So his punishment for having an accident was that he had to do chores without pants and underwear on, right?
If that's what it says, I don't remember this.
That's pretty humiliating, isn't it?
I mean, he was by himself. It wasn't, I would never, I mean, I don't remember this at all, sir.
You don't remember that at all.
No, sir.
But you did have the presence of mind at that time that says, just make sure the garage door stays closed because you don't want anyone seeing him doing that, do you?
Well, I didn't want the garage door open ever because we had a lot of stuff out there. So,
And then he can stand against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. So in addition to cleaning the garage, then he has to stand against the wall with no pants and underwear on, correct?
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't remember this.
Please make sure G does not go downstairs at all. Don't remember that either.
No, sir.
Didn't want, but you physically typed these words into your phone and sent them to Paul to make sure that G doesn't see Timothy like that, right?
Yes, sir.
His clothes need to be washed right away, but he gets to be without anything below the waist for a while today. Did he say why the heck he did that? And Paul's response is he said he didn't want to disturb anyone. He had to ask for permission to go to the bathroom, didn't he?
No, sir, not usually. If he was on the wall, he did. Because he was supposed to be standing still.
Just the handcuff transactions, we've talked about that. So let's get back to your statement to to Detective Peasky. You didn't tell the detective about the warm bath, but you told him that you realized how skinny he was the night before and threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
And you didn't make him a piece of toast and give it to him and make him eat it, did you?
No, sir, I have no idea why I said that. I was traumatized. I actually didn't come out of the first month I was in jail. I wish the Lydia that used to work for the public defender's office visited me, and she said it was pretty obvious that I was under severe trauma.
Mhm.
I didn't eat for my first month.
This was while they were searching your house on July 6th while you were sitting in your house.
Yes.
So you're thinking, oh, I better tell him, yeah, he looked a little skinny last night, and I thought I should take him to the ER and then make some toast with butter on it and watch him eat it, and he walked away. None of that happened, did it?
No, I don't even remember that.
But you had the presence of mind to lie to the officer at the time when he was investigating.
Like I said, I was traumatized. I don't know. I don't remember this, sir.
He wouldn't come upstairs when she said goodnight. She walked down to the last couple of stairs and asked for a hug and a kiss. That didn't happen either, did it?
I don't remember. I mean, I would assume not, but I don't remember.
In fact, you're acknowledging that video that shows you dragging him into a small room, looking like he does when he dies, calling him a dummy for breathing with his mouth open, is actually what you did to him the night before he died, right?
If that's what it shows, I don't remember, sir.
Your statement to Detective Peasky continues. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. She said his name, but he did not respond. She put her hand on his chest and he was not breathing. She remembered her 20-year-old son, Paul, helping her get him off the bed. That was all a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know where he was when you found him that morning, right?
In the closet.
In the small room. And prior to that, you told Officer Stefanich, well, it was about 5:30. He fell out of bed and I had to go and put him back into bed. Also a lie, right?
Yes, sir. I have no idea why I said that, sir. Like I said, I was traumatized.
You told Detective Peasky that Timothy stated he was on a hunger strike 2 weeks ago. This is 2 weeks before he dies. He goes on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir.
Did he go on a hunger strike?
Yes, sir, he did.
Show me the text message between you and Paul where it says that he's on a hunger strike.
I don't know if I ever texted him about it, sir. We talked about it, but I never texted. I mean, if it's not in there, we didn't text about everything.
You never texted Paul about him being on a hunger strike.
No, I would have told him that in person. I wouldn't have said that over text message. That would have been important.
But Paul has to watch him for the day when you're not home, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be Paul's responsibility to get him some food, right?
Yes, sir.
So while he's on a hunger strike, instead of talking about the hunger strike, your response to that is give him 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it. And if he eats them and waits 30 minutes, he can eat 4 without. Right?
I don't know what day that was, sir. If you're
Well, let's find it and make sure.
I mean,
He
we
was
tried to,
eating
just
bread
because he
with-
wasn't eating, we tried to feed him. That was,
And the best solution you come up with is force him to eat the bread with hot sauce on it. That was the response to the hunger strike?
I don't remember. I mean, it wasn't, we tried to feed him. That's all I remember.
So when would that hunger strike have started?
End of June, late June.
Again, you never looked at the bone thin photo to see what kind of condition he was in before he goes on this hunger strike, right?
No, sir.
Did it ever occur to you, like, he's on a hunger strike now? And I know Paul had sent me that text about, he's bone thin. I think we actually need to feed him. We need to actually feed him. It never occurred to you that maybe you should go back and look at that text message now and see what condition he was in at the time?
No, sir. When something's out of sight, it's out of mind. Once that's scrolled up, I don't scroll back to the text messages.
Out of sight, out of mind. That applies to Timothy as well, doesn't it?
That applies to a lot of things, sir. It's not just, I mean, if
Not
Little Man
just
wasn't,
Timothy.
no, if Little Man was not in front of me right then I wasn't necessarily thinking about it. Paul wasn't.
June 19th, you can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner rather than later. Put more hot sauce on than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but he may have more as long as they have plenty of hot sauce on him. That was June 19th. Was he on his hunger strike then?
I would assume not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an exact date.
That was about 2 weeks before he passed away, and that's when you said the hunger strike started. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But
Did it occur to you that the hunger strike was because he didn't enjoy eating bread with hot sauce on it?
Did it occur to me? No, sir, because he did it way back in January and that wasn't the case.
June 21st, how was everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce? Yeah, and that's when it's he gets 4 with hot sauce and then 4 more, 30 minutes. That was June 21st. You don't know if the hunger strike started there then?
I don't know, sir. Like I said, I can only guesstimate. That's. The only reason I remember the 3 weeks the first time around is because it was right after the stroke and he started eating again before the end of January.
Right. Did you think he's on a second hunger strike now? I really need to get him some treatment for this.
Did I think along those lines? No, sir. He admitted to being, he told us very early on after the stroke that he was taking advantage of that because we didn't have the extra set of eyes with my husband and he was being difficult. He actually, Timothy told me that his dad and stepmom used to let him get away with everything. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I've always been the stricter parent anyway. And he told me on multiple occasions that if he thought that if he pushed me hard enough that I would just quit making him do stuff and I wouldn't make him cooperate.
All right, well, here's an exchange from June 29th. Maybe this can shed some light on the hunger strike feeding situation. Trust me, I know he's thin. Trust me, I know he's thin. That was your text, no? Paul's, you sent
I
Paul
don't
that
remember the
right?
text, but I mean,
You don't remember that one either.
no, sir.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. You don't get to grump at him for that, though I already lit into him plenty for it. Is this while he's on his hunger strike?
I mean, I would assume so. Yes, sir.
This is June 29th. This is
Yes,
about
sir.
8 days before he dies.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And Paul's response is, of course he did. And your response to that is, yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for, pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, That doesn't sound like somebody who's on a hunger strike to me. Can you clarify that for me, please?
I don't remember, but I know he wasn't eating. There was.
Continues on. KK. So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later, June 29th.
Just because we offered him food doesn't, I mean, we offered him food when he was on the hunger strike in January. At least I did. I mean, I would assume Paul did as well. But just because you offered stuff, I mean, you couldn't, even though it says try to force him to eat, you couldn't force him to eat stuff. I mean, if he didn't.
You heard
eat
Paul's testimony yesterday that he had to force him to eat the bread with hot sauce on it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I don't know what he means by that.
It's interesting you use the phrase, we tried to tempt him with food. That came up while he was in the ice bath, didn't it? Tempting him with food.
Do you mean the day before he passed?
Yes.
I mean, if I said yes, sir. I mean,
You told Paul to heat up some pizza rolls because G needed the pizza rolls anyway, right? You remember that?
yes, sir.
You remember
I
this?
don't remember the text message.
Don't
but
remember. So this falls in the I don't remember category as well. Is that right?
like most of it.
Well,
Yes,
the
sir.
text message says, heat one up, hold it in front of him, but be ready to pull away if he tries to grab it. You don't remember sending any of that?
I don't remember it. No, sir.
You heard the text messages read yesterday,
Yes,
correct?
sir, I did.
Is it fair to say that you just don't remember those text messages?
Most of them, I don't remember.
Most of them.
But then you've got your big bind. I can pretty much guarantee I don't remember most of that either. I don't. And it's not just my text with Paul.
You don't remember anything.
No, sir, I don't.
But somehow you were able to hold down a job as a judicial clerk during that time period, right?
Yes, sir. My
And
only,
you were able to at least provide dog training to one client at that time, correct?
yes, sir.
And you remembered to tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma just about every morning, didn't you?
I mean, that would be automatic. It would be reflex. If it's in there, then I would assume so. Yes, sir.
That would be reflex. To tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma, is that what you're saying?
I mean, if it's a habit, if I do it enough times, then and plus it served to get Paul out of bed when I left because he'd like to go back to sleep.
You told the officer that there was an alarm on the basement door, this is the small closet, because there was some sewing stuff stored in it. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. There was sewing stuff stored in it before he asked.
The alarm wasn't on there because there was sewing stuff on it, was there?
No, sir.
The alarm was on it because Timothy was supposed to be in there, right?
I mean, as far as I know, like I said, I don't.
You don't remember, but you were able to lie to the police officer at the time?
I don't remember talking to the police. I mean, I don't remember this part of the conversation with the police officer, sir.
You tell the officer that there were cameras in the home because G would strip down naked and wander around. Well, that wasn't the only reason the cameras were in the house, was it?
No, sir.
You left out all the other details about that you had to monitor Timothy and make sure he didn't go certain places and sneak places and be deceitful, right? You didn't tell the officer that, did you?
Apparently not. I don't know why I didn't, but
You said he fell out of bed and you went and had to get him and put him back into bed. He never fell out of bed that night, did he?
not as far as I know. I don't remember, sir.
Well, you know he didn't sleep in the bed that night, don't you?
Well, yeah, so I'm sorry.
So saying that you got up at 5:30 and had to put him back into bed, and then you changed it to 30 minutes because sometime with the ending in a 30 because you learned at that point the rigor mortis had already set in and he'd been deceased for a number of hours. That was still a lie, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, sir. I don't remember any of this. I'm sorry.
The hot sauce in the bathroom downstairs was for food, but it wasn't, was it? The hot sauce was for punishment, right?
It was also to put on food.
But you didn't mention that. Oh, we also use hot sauce as a form of punishment, did you?
Apparently not.
I'm guessing you probably didn't mention to the officer. Oh, we also had the crazy idea yesterday to pour some hot sauce on his penis for a punishment. You didn't mention that either, did you?
Apparently not, sir. Like I said, I don't remember.
You told the officer that you did not restrict Timothy's movement at night with shackles. That was also a lie, wasn't it?
Again, I don't remember, sir. I know we talked about it, but as far as overnight, no.
But you would restrict his movement with shackles, wouldn't you? Whether it was zip ties or handcuffs or leg shackles.
I mean, I can only go back based on the text messages. I don't know.
Why did you wait 20 minutes to call 911 after you found Timothy deceased in the small closet in the small room?
I have no idea, honestly. I learned of that gap, just a couple of days ago. The whole day is surreal to me. So I have no idea why we waited like that. I don't know. I can't imagine waiting, but apparently it happened. I don't know.
Do you remember Paul asking you, should we call 911?
I don't remember him ever asking. Because I was the one that called, and I was the one. I remember performing CPR, and he did help me out a little bit when I got tired to take over a little bit. But I mean, I can't imagine ever saying no to that.
But if it's on the video, that's what you said, right?
If it's on there.
So if the video showed that it begins with you with movement outside of the room at about 6:19:21, and 911 is actually called you tell Paul you have to call at 6:37, so that's about 18 minutes, isn't it?
I mean, let's see, 19. Yeah, that's 18 minutes.
And Timothy was never responsive to you, was he?
No, sir.
His eyes were wide open, completely glazed over, weren't they?
As far as I remember, yes, sir.
He never moved, never took a breath, never did anything, did he?
No, sir.
While this is all going on, you tell Paul, we'll have to tell them he was on a hunger strike, right? Remember telling him that?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that either?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling Paul, or do you remember saying, put his pants on to make it look like he's been this way?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember asking Paul to put the belt on to make it sure that that's the way he looked?
No, sir.
But if they're on video, you said those things,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Ms. Van Ark, isn't it true? Timothy had just become nothing more than an annoyance for you, and he wasn't even a human being in your eyes anymore.
That is absolutely not true.
Shonda Vander Ark had a 15-year-old son with special needs. His name was Timothy. Timothy lived with Shonda, his brother Paul, and Shonda's husband and their 7-year-old son. But prosecutors say Timothy was treated much differently than everyone else in the home. He was tortured, locked in a closet to sleep, denied food, force-fed hot sauce, and left in ice baths until he died, weighing just 69 pounds. Shonda had a history with child services when she lived in Oklahoma, but moved to Michigan, where she allegedly tortured and killed Timothy. Timothy's brother was also charged, but is cooperating with prosecutors and agreed to testify against his mother, which he did.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
And what did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
Today, Shonda took the stand in her own defense to tell her story to the jury. Tonight, we take a listen to that testimony, bring in our own experts to look at her body language and to assess her state of mind as we investigate the torture and death of Timothy Ferguson. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you for joining us. When this trial began, I told you this was going to be
The ice bath with you. And again, your text was, let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. So let's break apart that sentence for just a moment if we can. And that was on March 27th. Right, so yeah, about 9 days or so before Timothy passes away. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, let's start there. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're saying he is not allowed to go to sleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So 3 o'clock in the morning, your 15-year-old child is not allowed to be sleeping. And if he does, he gets an ice bath, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'll get another ice bath, i.e. there's already been an ice bath prior to this text being sent, correct?
No, sir. It would be one and then another is what it says.
Okay, well, let me read it again and make sure maybe I misread it. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. There's two another's in there, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
The first another refers to the first ice bath. In other words, there's already been an ice bath, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not questioning the what's in the text, but I don't know.
Okay. And then sometime before Paul leaves for work, he'll get another ice bath and then another one when you get home. So 2 ice baths in addition to the one he's already had, right?
If that's what it says.
And that's for the crime of sleeping.
I don't know what the original, whatever happened before that.
But you know what it was to get him to not do another one, right?
Yes, sir.
Let him know that
What
if he
it
tries
says.
to sleep at all.
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more. I think that kind of speaks for itself. We'll move on. Let me show you an exchange from May 9th, 2022. This is pages 5348, 5348, sorry, 5347. So give me just a second. I apologize. Okay, start at page 5340. This is from May 9th. I don't think you need to read the top one. That's Paul's message. Go ahead and start reading there from May 9th, 2022.
What is daddling anyway? Please make sure Timothy goes into his room with the alarm on when you leave. I should be home not too long after you go, as long as you before you go. And please let me know where you put the alarm when you leave.
All right, let me stop you right there. This is May 9th. And again, you're referring to an alarm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This
Go
is, okay.
Go ahead.
Because I know what that's referring to.
Let's keep going. So,
KK, thanks. YW, you're welcome. I logged out of that for you, but you will not be allowed to have any devices tomorrow before work unless you manages to get everything done I assign to M standards, which will not be easy. I'm not sure what part of Timothy going nowhere but the bathroom without being watched closely, but he stole a bunch more of the Easter basket today and hid the wrappers behind the washer and dryer because he obviously wasn't washed as he should have been.
okay, so at this point on May 9th, you're saying that Timothy needs to be watched if he goes everywhere except for the bathroom, right?
He needs to be watched, yes, sir.
For committing the crime of what?
We had a combined Easter basket that year. And so I had divvied it out between everybody and he stole some that was Gabriel's cheese. And I don't remember if it was Paul's or mine, but he'd already had his portion of it.
So taking candy from an Easter basket means that he gets watched and can't have any privacy anywhere except the bathroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep going.
It was a star. What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Let me stop you right there. What
Okay.
part of watching Timothy was unclear? Why was it that you believed at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy?
I was correcting, it's the little star. I was correcting what, where was it? Usually if I use the star like that, it was for, to correct something that Siri messed up or something I messed up. I don't know, I'm not sure. I've only got these messages, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the part that you read there said what again?
What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Okay, so you were upset at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only way you would know that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough is if you were also watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
I don't know at that point. I don't know if somehow I found out about the Easter basket. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we must have been at a baseball game. It was 6:20 p.m., 6:43 p.m. So yeah, I must have been watching him from
So you're at a baseball game for G and you're watching
checking
Timothy
on it,
and
yes.
Paul to make sure Paul's watching Timothy closely enough.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember all this text exchange?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't remember this at all?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Keep reading.
Okay. Okay, there's no way that was today, Mama. Don't blame me. He
That's
literally,
Paul, right?
yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's Paul, right?
yes, sir.
Okay.
He literally never had the opportunity to steal anything. I made sure of that.
All right, now your response to that is?
When he was putting clothes on my bed, he did actually. And watch, it's ye tone with me. Should have been the, not ye.
Right.
Um,
So you knew that Timothy had done something when he was putting clothes away.
yes,
Right.
sir.
And the only way you would know that is by monitoring the cameras, right?
Yes, sir. I never gave him permission to even set foot in your room. I swear he must have done it when I went to the bathroom.
Okay, keep going.
He's trying to get me in trouble here,
This is
Mama.
all Paul, right?
Yeah, this is all.
Okay.
And I told him to go to his room when I did. I brought him downstairs with me so his sneaky butt escaped. I watched him go into his room.
And what's your response there?
I said he said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape.
All right,
Yes.
let me just, I think we can stop there. You don't remember sending these text messages?
No, sir.
No memory from this time period
No, sir.
because of all the blackouts, all the tunnel vision and all the PTSD, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape. That was what you said, though, right?
Yes, sir.
You actually used the phrase escape in relation to your 15-year-old child,
Apparently, yes, sir.
as if he was some prisoner.
No, sir.
Who else needs to escape but a prisoner? I'll withdraw that. May 9th, right?
Yeah, that's what it said.
You don't remember that at all.
No, sir.
When was Mother's Day 2022?
I don't remember honestly.
If I told you it was May 8th, would you have reason to doubt that?
No, sir, not at all. I believe you.
Mr. Johnson was asking you, and you were very eager to tell him about something that you remembered happening on sometime just after Mother's Day, right?
Correct.
That Timothy got on a scale and weighed 108 pounds,
104.
104 pounds. I'm sorry, I'm glad you corrected me. I wrote it down as 104 pounds, right? It's amazing your memory is that good that you can remember what your son weighed sometime after May 8th, but you can't remember talking about having him escape. Would you care to explain that to the jury?
Yes, sir. That happened with the PTSD, with everything else that was going on. I would, especially when I got stressed, it would, the tunnel vision and, I mean, I can't, for lack of a better term, blacking out. Pretty much any time my stress level went up, and it wasn't up that day that we did weigh the dog.
So you can't remember all of these text messages about the ice baths and the hot sauce and the zip ties and the handcuffs, but you remember over 18 months ago that your son weighed 108 pounds sometime after Mother's Day of 2022, correct?
104, yes, sir.
104.
Well,
You got it down. You're right.
He made
104 pounds.
Well, he made a comment that just things like that will stick out to me sometimes. And when he couldn't pick the dog up, bear in mind this is a service dog in training, so he's used to getting commands. And Timothy, I remember he put his hands on his hips and looked at Sharma and said, "Next time you get to pick me up." And the dog tilted his head like, "I don't understand that command." And that struck me. It sticks in my head. I don't know why, but that sticks in my head.
What day was it?
I don't know what day of the week it was, sir. It was during the week.
How long after Mother's Day was it then?
I don't remember, sir. I know the reason I know it was after Mother's Day is because Mom, my mother-in-law, for probably the last 4 or 5 years, as a Mother's Day gift, has given me cherry tomato plants and then miniature cucumber plants, and I keep them in like plant bags. I normally have a black thumb, I admit it, but I've managed to keep these alive pretty well. And I had just, when I came upstairs to weigh the dog, I had just gone downstairs and checked on my plants. So the plants were outside then, so I know it was after Mother's Day. I just don't know when.
Plants never missed a feeding then, did they?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
What's argumentative about it? She's proud of herself and keeping plants alive.
Plants never missed a feeding.
Mr. Roberts says it's an irrelevant question, so sustain.
So your testimony is Timothy weighed 104 pounds sometime after May 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't look anything like 104 pounds, does it?
No, sir.
That's not even a month. That's barely a month after May 9th, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I lose weight very quickly. I'm assuming he got that from me.
And again, the response to this was give him red, right?
If that's what the text message says, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the some text messages back and forth between you and Paul during the ice bath, the last day, the day before Timothy died. And you were observing that ice bath from work, right?
I glanced in on it. I wasn't observing the whole time. I couldn't.
You weren't observing the entire time?
Not the entire time. I glanced in on it.
Whenever you'd send a text message, you were also looking at the camera, weren't you?
No, I wanted Paul to think I was.
Mr. Johnson asked you if you remember the text about, honestly, tell me if you think this is all fake. Remember that?
Vaguely.
You vaguely remember that text?
Yes, sir.
So you can remember the text where it tries to provide you with a defense to this, but you can't remember any of the horrible things that you did to Timothy. Is that your testimony here today?
I don't have any control over what I can remember and what I don't, sir.
You recall Paul's testimony yesterday about what he did in response to that photograph that he sent you and about saying we really need to feed him, Mama? I think we actually need to feed him, I believe is the actual text.
Yes, sir. I remember his testimony.
And what was his testimony?
That he gave him peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I guess he cooked him some eggs.
That was the first time you heard about that, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that was not his instructions, was it?
No, sir, but that was fine. I had no problem with that
Well, why didn't you just tell him to make him some eggs in the first place then?
because I didn't think of it. I was in the middle of something.
I think we actually need to start feeding him, and the only thing you can come up with, instead of Paul thinking to give him scrambled eggs, is give him some bread. That's all you could think of.
It's, I mean, I don't know. I was in the middle of something. I wouldn't have thought of eggs anyway, not in the middle of the day.
You said that you would, the punishments, and I guess this 3 o'clock in the morning one about not letting him sleep or he gets an ice bath, so he's got to be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. You said that was because he would keep you guys up in the middle of the night or wake you up in the middle of the night?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Can you, and again, you did really well on the logic and reasoning portion of the LSAT exam. Can you explain the reasoning behind keeping somebody awake when they're keeping you awake?
To show them how it feels.
But they're already awake, aren't they?
It made sense to me, sir. That's now that you ask it, but it doesn't seem to make sense, but it made sense to me at the time.
You didn't actually mean that as a punishment. That was just out of spite. You were just angry with Timothy for keeping you awake, weren't you?
No, it was meant as a punishment, sir.
But it's also a punishment for yourself because you have to stay awake as well, don't you?
I don't sleep much anyway. But yes, sir.
Or Paul has to stay awake, right?
Yes, sir. Paul's an insomniac as well.
You testified that you gave Timothy a warm bath the night before he passed away, that last night, July 5th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
That was the first time you've told anybody connected to this case that you'd done that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You never told the police officers you did that, did you?
No, sir.
I imagine a warm bath sounds just like, it's just what it sounds like, right? You got him, you took him to the bath, you grew a warm bath for him, and you put him in the bathtub, right?
Yes, sir.
This is hours before he dies, right?
Yes, sir.
You look like that when you put him in the bathtub?
I'm sorry.
Gotta make me a moment.
Yes. Ms. Vander Ark, do we have a trash can?
I did, I placed the trash.
You did?
Yeah.
Would you like the beard removed?
I'll shoot you.
Right, please rise.
He kept shredding the plastic covers, so we had to switch to dark. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the hot sauce thing. Tell me about, how was the hot sauce administered?
Either slathered on bread or administered directly orally
Okay, and you would do those things, correct?
under my mother's orders, yes.
Under your mother's orders. By the way, one of that pizza, remember that you testified that pizza, gave him that pizza, that mini pizza, whatever, and right, and pulled it back once he responded?
Yes,
Do you know that we were hearing a text where your mother told him to try it, and if he ate it, give him 2 of them? Do you remember that part of the text?
no,
And she never, she didn't, according to your text, one of the text between the 2 of you, as I recall it, she says, give him a pizza roll, see if he'll eat it, and if he does, you give him 2. You don't remember anything like that?
no,
Your recollection is, if he tries it, snatch it back and don't give it.
yes,
Was she in the room at that time?
no, she was at work.
She was at work. Why not give him the pizza roll? Why snatch it back?
Because I was doing as I was told.
Okay, good. All right. And you mentioned today that you fed Tim a good meal.
Yes,
Okay. Why is it, it's not in the police reports, right?
no,
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Pieskey, is that correct?
was there?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no mention of it, correct? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember.
Okay, there was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you're under oath, correct?
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good, but you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No,
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak him some food, and you snuck him some food according to testimony today, right?
yes,
All right, you work at Applebee's, right?
yes,
Do they make food at Applebee's?
yes. Unfortunately, I can only get 1 free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. Right?
Yeah,
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Yes,
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
no,
And you're on a bike coming from Applebee's to your home in Norton Shores?
yes,
You had to pass a Walgreens or a convenience store, a gas station or something, correct?
at 1 a.m, everything would be closed.
Gas stations wouldn't be closed, right?
The only one that I went by was the one at Meyer, and it was,
And you could stop. You went by the gas station at Meyer.
and it was closed.
Was the Meyer itself closed too?
I don't know, I never checked.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour store, correct?
I don't know.
Did you ever go into any place before work or after work to buy your brother a candy bar to bring him home and help him out?
No,
You kept saying during the text, you kept saying, young man, that you were under the impression that what Timothy was going through was an act. Do you remember that?
because I was convinced by my mother.
Okay. You thought it was an act, correct?
Yes,
You thought he was faking it, correct?
yes,
The seizures, you thought that was an act?
yes,
The shaking, you thought that was an act?
yes. I wasn't there when some of that occurred.
The trembling, that was an act?
I
Did he cry when you had him crouched like that? When you had him do that back thing against the wall, did he cry?
not cry, he complained.
Did he cry when you had him stand up for hours against the wall? Did he cry?
No, not
Okay.
that I remember of.
You don't remember any crying, any complaining, do you?
No,
Okay. When you cuff him, did he cry?
no,
When did you said he would close? Well, it's been said. You haven't said. He would close the loop on those cuffs and make them tighter on his own wrists. Is that That your recollection?
Yes.
You didn't do that, right?
No,
Did he cry when that happened?
he complained about it and that was how I knew.
Okay. There were numbers of monitors in that house, right? Video
Yes.
monitors?
Yes.
But they weren't all for Timothy, is that correct?
There was one that was in G's room
Okay.
because according to Shonda, he had a tendency to remove all of his clothes and wander around in his room like that.
But that's when he was 2, right? He's older than that at this point, isn't he?
That was what I was told. It was what
Okay.
I believed.
But there's monitors in the entire house, correct?
Yes.
And what were you told was the purpose of the monitors?
Other than the one in G's room,
Mm-hmm.
she hadn't told the purpose. I just knew that she was monitoring Timothy.
Okay, let's switch up a little bit, talk about something else. Tell me about your mom a little bit. What do you know about her? How far has she gone in school?
She's graduated from law school, second in her class.
Yeah. Were you impressed by that?
Yeah.
She's worked, did you know she was the judge's clerk?
That's what it was called.
Okay, that's what it was?
Yeah.
Both
I was
here
trying to figure out what the name was.
That's fine. Both here and in Nuevo?
Yeah.
Okay. And was she doing other things professionally? Was she studying or anything at say during May to July or February to July 2022? Was she studying or writing books or?
No.
Okay.
There were
All right.
times when she'd do law school through the service dog's eyes for her YouTube channel.
Okay. You know she was tutoring other law students?
No.
Okay. During that time, Adam Ferguson?
Vander Ark.
Vander Ark, I'm sorry, Vander Ark, I should have figured that out, right? Adam Vander Ark, her husband, had a stroke, is that correct?
In January, yes.
Was he working prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware, so he's not working once he has a stroke, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So who's providing for the family as far as you know?
Me and her.
You and her. Cool. So you're working.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the two of you are providing for that household, correct?
Yes.
In the house. How old are you now?
21.
And you were 19 back then? Sort of close, somewhere around there?
Somewhere around there,
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right. So she's providing the household with your assistance.
Yes.
She has 2 children younger than you to provide
Yes.
for. Yes.
Yes.
She's homeschooling G as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you had 2 kids at home being homeschooled,
Yes.
correct? She has her own issues, correct?
I don't know.
In terms of not being able to sleep, that sort of thing? Insomnia, did you know about that?
No.
She didn't share that with you?
No.
There
I
was
know
a lot.
She was she's hypoglycemic.
Okay. All right. All right. So there's a lot going on with her at this point in her life, isn't there?
Yes.
And you're not just babysitting, she's relying upon you to watch the kids, is that correct? When she's at work, you watch the kids. When you're at work, she watches the kid, correct?
I suppose you could think of it like that.
Even with the video monitor, she depends upon you to watch the 2 younger ones, correct?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, she would come to rely on, not everything can be seen on a camera, correct?
Yes.
So she would rely on information that you provide for her in addition to whatever she can see on the camera, is that correct?
Yes.
And she would be also at work, right?
Yes.
Working for a judge, right?
Yes.
So presumably kind of busy, right?
Yes.
Assume? Okay. Did you ever bring work home that you know of?
Not that I remember of, no.
Okay.
She'd tell me some of what went on in court at times.
Okay. And there were pets.
Yes.
Okay. These are big dogs, right?
Yes.
What type of dogs were they?
When how do I put this? By the time all of this transpired, we only had Sharma and Piper, but Piper was living with my step-grandparents.
Yeah, but these are, what, the Great Danes or Greyhounds?
Great Dane and Sharma, or Piper was in Newfoundland.
Okay. All right. Okay. We saw, well, I'll strike that. That's not relevant. Okay. Let's go back to the interview with Detective Pieskey, if we would. Do you remember telling Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional?
Somewhat,
You remember that?
yes.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
That's true, isn't it? It wasn't intentional, was it?
Not on my part.
No. No. You're putting this young man in the shower, right?
Yes,
And you gave him 3 showers, right? That you can remember? 3 baths?
yes,
Okay. So you know what his body looked like at that time, correct?
yes,
And this happened, well, the one was what, 3 weeks before he passed away? The one in June with that picture from that you took where he was standing there and you took a picture of him with his shirt off and then pulled up his pant legs. That happened about, what, a month before he died?
give or take.
Okay. And you told Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional. Correct?
Yes,
You told Detective Pieskey that she, meaning your mother, didn't want this. We loved him so much. Correct?
yes, I did.
Okay. You mentioned one time he refused to eat.
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you say it though?
Yes,
So you lied. Detective Pieskey, do you remember the point in that interview? It was about 3/4 through. And Detective Pieskey starts to explain to you, this isn't love. Do you remember him saying, this isn't love, this is,
I remember. Yes.
use words like disgusting and, okay, that sort of thing. Remember that?
Yes,
Why does he have to tell you that? Did you not know that?
he shouldn't have had to.
No, he shouldn't have had to. But before he died, when your brother passed away, did you expect that, or were you surprised?
I was surprised, shocked,
Okay.
horrified.
How about your mom when she was in that room? We have that on video a little bit. Do you remember how she responded to that?
Let's see, trying to cover it up.
Do you remember her crying?
Crying? No,
If it's on the video, would that be accurate though? If there's video of her crying, would you deny that's what she's doing?
no,
But you just didn't see it, right? Do you remember how frantic she was? She called you down there to come quick. She was frantic at the time. Do you remember that?
yes,
Okay. You told the Detective Pieskey that your brother Tim would force himself to throw up. Do you remember saying that?
yes,
You remember telling Detective Pieskey, if I could take his place right now, if I could give him his life back, I'd do it. I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat. Do you remember saying that?
I stand by it.
Yes, sir. You never intended your brother to die, did you?
No,
And you came to the conclusion that your mother intended it after, right? Not while he was alive.
yes,
You thought your mother was a good mom, didn't you? You told Detective Pieskey that, didn't you?
yes, as
And
well
you-
as the fact that I haven't had it diagnosed and I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. Do
But
best
I'd say it's something similar to Stockholm Syndrome.
Okay.
I have a desire to find a role model that, due to my own low self-esteem, I would do anything to make proud of me.
Okay.
And that's not an excuse, I know, but I feel like I'm glad that I was at least able to realize it so I can correct it.
while he was alive, in one of the texts, your mother asks you, should we be worried? Should we be worried about him? Is he okay? And you say no. Do you remember that?
No,
That he's okay?
no, I
In the
don't.
text it says, the text were to say so, do you have any problem with, you've seen the text, you helped write them, correct?
Yes,
So if it's in the text and we saw in the text, as far as you know, nothing's been changed in those texts, correct?
yes,
So if we can point out in the text where you say that, you're not disagreeing with that, correct?
no,
Do you remember the time when you asked her, we should be feeding him, he's too thin? And she says, give him a little something, and then you just keep going on after that, back to the old routine. You remember that? You
if
remember
it's
after
in
you,
the text, it's likely true.
you sent him that text with his shirt off and his pants leg pulled up. And you say, Mom, we need to feed this guy, something to that effect, right?
Yes,
And she says, okay, give him something. She give, I forget what it was.
bread,
Okay,
just bread.
okay. And then after that, did anything change?
No,
Okay.
because I was too afraid to put my foot
You're
down.
too afraid? A minute ago, you just want her to be followed.
There's
Now you're
various
afraid?
reasons, and I'm not trying to excuse my own actions.
Well, yes, you are. I disagree. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes,
What happens when you have your cell phone and you press 911?
you're connected to the
There you
cops.
go. Did you know that when you're 19?
Yes,
Did you know what Child Protective Services were when you're 19?
more or less.
The one thing, when we just listened to almost an hour and a half of tapes, of transcripts from your text messages, you did say no to her when she asked you for hot sauce on his penis.
Yes,
But you didn't, okay. You weren't scared? You weren't scared to refuse her?
not at that point.
And I don't recall, I sat here and I listened, I don't recall any other point where you told her no to anything she asked you to do. You remember any other point where you text, where we can show it in the text, where I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that, Mom?
No,
From the standing in the corner, to the hands on the head, to the hot sauce, to the shackles. Did you put, was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, the chain, leg shackle. Were you familiar with those?
a little bit
Did you put those on him?
when I was directed to.
When you were directed to? How many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles, much less putting them on him? Let's see. Did you remember saying, oh, wait a minute. Do you remember telling the detective that you were concerned?
Yes,
Okay. Is there, as you sit there right now, do you love Timothy?
I suppose I didn't love him enough.
No? that's
It's
not
why
true.
I'm trying to bring justice for him.
Just a moment.
But can I say that I loved him during the time
You loved
before
him?
his death?
Yes. Did you love him before his death?
With all of the ways I acted, I cannot.
Okay. Let me
Unfortunately.
ask you this. When did you start feeling this way? While he was alive or after you found out that the way he was being treated killed him?
After?
So while the time he was alive, did you think you were killing him?
No.
You told Detective Peiske that we didn't want this. We loved him so much.
That was what I thought, but it's not true.
If Timothy was in trouble, say the house was on fire, hypothetically, would you help him?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the reason you didn't help him is because you didn't know he was in trouble?
No.
You knew he was in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about then, when you were living through this. You just said you didn't know you were killing him. So did you know you were killing him or not?
No.
So how could you say somebody you didn't know was in trouble?
You can't.
Okay. One moment, please, young man. You mentioned you think it was 18 minutes, about 18 minutes before you called the police when you found Timothy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you think it was 18 minutes? Somebody tell you that? I mean, I'm just saying, usually people say, they say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but 18 is kind of specific and kind of exact. What made you think it was 18 minutes?
What I was told.
Okay. All right. That's all we're asking for is the truth. Okay. That's all we're asking you. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Shonda Vander Ark had a 15-year-old son with special needs. His name was Timothy. Timothy lived with Shonda, his brother Paul, and Shonda's husband and their 7-year-old son. But prosecutors say Timothy was treated much differently than everyone else in the home. He was tortured, locked in a closet to sleep, denied food, force-fed hot sauce, and left in ice baths until he died, weighing just 69 pounds. Shonda had a history with child services when she lived in Oklahoma, but moved to Michigan, where she allegedly tortured and killed Timothy. Timothy's brother was also charged, but is cooperating with prosecutors and agreed to testify against his mother, which he did.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
What did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
Today, Shonda took the stand in her own defense to tell her story to the jury. Tonight, we take a listen to that testimony, bring in our own experts to look at her body language and to assess her state of mind as we investigate the torture and death of Timothy Ferguson. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you for joining us. When this trial began, I told you this was going to be new public enemy number one. And, we've covered horrific parents in the past. We just came off of the Ferreter trial down in Jupiter, Florida, where they built a box in the garage for their son. But compared to what we're hearing in this case, that stuff is mild, as horrific as it was. That is mild compared to what we're hearing in this case. I mean, when I look at that house on what should be a beautiful street,
3110FC, People versus Shonda Vander Ark. Are you Shonda Vander Ark, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Vander Ark is represented today by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Roberts is here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. This is day 2 of a jury trial. Records should reflect that the jury is assembled in the jury room, secure. Anything before we bring out the jury, Mr. Roberts?
I don't believe so.
All right. And Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, just to verify for the record, we had discussed the proposed preliminary jury instructions. Any corrections or changes to those before we read those to the jury and then bring them out? Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead and bring the jury out. Please rise. As soon as you get to your seat, you can sit down. We're actually standing for you. So as soon as you find your seat, go on forward. You guys can come out and sit right down. So, all right, you may be seated. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on time. Essentially, today we are going to give you some opening instructions. The attorneys are going to give their opening statements. You'll notice there is media in the courtroom. We're going to conduct this trial just like they're not here. That's how we're going to do this. I will assure you that they have been given instructions that not to film you, so you will not be on camera. If somebody sees you on TV, please let me know right away. Sometimes it happens, mistakes are made, but we kind of have a zero tolerance policy here. We don't let that happen, and potentially if they do that, we'll kick them out of here. But it's an open courtroom and we've allowed them in. But again, you will not be filmed. So just to make sure you know, either coming into the courtroom, leaving during the proceedings, whatever it may be. So just so you know. All right, with that, members of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask that you stand and swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, records reflect all the jurors have said yes. You may be seated. You will have a written copy of the instructions I'm going to read to you. You may refer to them during the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now, I will explain some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure we will follow during this trial. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty or she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair and an honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It's not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. The defendant is charged with first-degree felony murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Timothy Ferguson. That is, that Timothy Ferguson died as a result of starvation and or physical neglect and abuse. Second, that the defendant had one of these three states of mind. She intended to kill, or she intended to do great bodily harm to Timothy Ferguson, or she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of her actions. Third, that when she did the act that caused the death of Timothy Ferguson, the defendant was committing or attempting to commit or helping someone else commit the crime of first-degree child abuse. For the crime of first-degree child abuse, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Shanda Vander Ark is the parent of Timothy Ferguson. Second, that the defendant either knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm and or serious mental harm to Timothy Ferguson. By serious physical harm, I mean any physical injury to a child that seriously impairs the child's health or physical well-being, including but not limited to brain damage, a skull or bone fracture, subdural hemorrhage or hematoma, dislocation, sprain, internal injury, poisoning, burn, or scald or severe cut. By serious mental harm, I mean an injury to a child's mental condition that results in visible signs of an impairment in the child's judgment, behavior, ability to recognize reality, or ability to cope with the ordinary demands of life. Third, that Timothy Ferguson was at the time under the age of 18. The fourth element in first-degree felony murder is that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. In determining whether the act causing death occurred while the defendant was committing or attempting to commit or helping someone else commit the crime of first-degree child abuse, you should consider the following: the length of time between the commission of first-degree child abuse and the murder. Second, the distance between the scene of first-degree child abuse and the scene of the murder. Third, whether there is a causal connection between the murder and first-degree child abuse. Fourth, whether there is a continuity of action between first-degree child abuse and the murder. And fifth, whether the murder was committed during an attempt to escape. You may also consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Timothy Ferguson. That is, that Timothy Ferguson died as a result of starvation and or physical neglect and abuse. Second, that the defendant had one of these three states of mind. She intended to kill, or she intended to do great bodily harm to Timothy Ferguson, or she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of her actions. Third, that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. The defendant is charged with the crime of first-degree child abuse. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Shanda Vander Ark is the parent of Timothy Ferguson. Second, that the defendant either knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm and or serious mental harm to Timothy Ferguson. By serious physical harm, I mean any physical injury to a child that seriously impairs the child's health or physical well-being, including but not limited to brain damage, a skull or bone fracture, subdural hemorrhage or hematoma, dislocation, sprain, internal injury, poisoning, burn, or scald or severe cut. By serious mental harm, I mean an injury to a child's mental condition that results in visible signs of an impairment in the child's judgment, behavior, ability to recognize reality, or ability to cope with the ordinary demands of life. Third, that Timothy Ferguson was at the time under the age of 18. It is not a crime to discipline a child. A parent, guardian, or any person otherwise allowed by law or authorized by the parent or guardian may use force to discipline a child. But this does not mean that any amount of force may be used. The law permits only such force as is reasonable. The defendant is not required to prove that the acts alleged here were reasonable. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the force used was not reasonable as discipline. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or he may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor will present his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of his evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence. But again, he does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine those witnesses. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. What you decide about any fact in this trial is final. My responsibilities as a judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinion about this case. As jurors, you are the only ones who will decide this case. Your responsibilities as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of those witnesses said. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept, reject anything a witness says. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you think about the following questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does a witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does a witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influence that may have affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does a witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it's time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyer's questions assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts of this case. You are permitted to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it to yourself. Write the question down and either place it directly in the box marked questions in front of you or pass it to another juror who is closer to the box so that they may place it in. Do not show your questions to other jurors. If your question is not asked, it's because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in response to a question submitted by a member of the jury. As with everything in this courtroom, if you cannot hear something that is said or presented
as she was going through those doors. That's the same way I felt when they closed that casket on him. That door would never open again. I'll never see my brother again, only through pictures. The same sentence that she gave him, I would like to see the same sentence given to her. Where
All right, we're back on the record in file 23110FC. People of the state of Michigan versus Shonda Vander Ark. This is day 4 of a jury trial. Record should reflect that Mr. Johnson is present in the courtroom representing this Vander Ark. Mr. Roberts is here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Ms. Vander Ark is not present. My understanding, Mr. Johnson, that she is suffering some medical distress this morning. And I know you want to put something on the record regarding that before we go forward, so you may proceed.
I do, Your Honor. My client is suffering a medical issue. We were hoping that, given some time this morning, we'd be able to get her to a point where she'd be able to come and join us. She'd be competent to do so. The court has been gracious for our trial. It's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes to 11. And we appreciate the court's grace in allowing us to work with her and hopefully get her to the point where she can come and participate in her own trial. I must report to the court at this point that situation has not occurred. That she at this point is not able to participate in trial, given this medical situation. As a result of that, she's been basically, we've gone over a couple of options. One, ask to adjourn this case until a later date, but quite frankly, the situation that brought on this medical situation is occurring and is part of the stress of being on trial. So the reality is we couldn't guarantee the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday of next week that we'd be in a different situation than they are in right now. And in fact, for the record, I anticipate we'd be right back to where we are right now, even if we waited a few days to work on things. Given that situation, I explained my client her options. She could come up to the courtroom on her own volition or with his assistance and participate in the hearing, or she could waive her right to be here and avoid this, and not avoid, but to not participate as we go forward. She has chosen the latter. She's chosen to waive her right to be here. She's requesting not to come back again. For this purpose, she is not requesting an iPad or any other aid to allow her to watch the proceedings from where she is. She is content to rest at this point and simply allow her legal team to go forward, representing her in this matter and concluding this particular trial. Therefore, I'm asking the court at this point to continue with the trial and without my client being present. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, my understanding too, as well as speaking to the deputies, I was asking, hey, what's going on with the progress? And they indicated that she had made some statements that she potentially could hurt herself. Is that correct, your understanding?
I didn't hear them, but I heard those comments from a source that I rely on and have no basis to believe that's not accurate. And quite frankly, in conjunction with my experience with her this morning, I can see how she might have made those statements.
Okay, all right, so that was also a concern for the court as well. So, Mr. Roberts, any comments you wish to make on that?
Your Honor, the only thing I would ask, if we could at some point, and we don't necessarily have to do it right now, is because this is a critical stage of the proceedings, that we would have something at the time it becomes available, something in writing from her, waiving her right to be here. In terms of her not being present, we also have to address the fact that she did not answer the jurors' questions. I've indicated in chambers that while I certainly recognize that the court rules do allow for jurors to ask questions here, that it is certainly not been a practice for a very long period of time, just recently adopted by the Supreme Court as a practice, and that I would think we could proceed without her presence and without answering the jurors' questions. I think we have to address it in some fashion for the jurors so they understand that, and they're obviously smart enough to look over the table and see that she's not here. But I don't believe that would in any way cause her testimony to be stricken here or allow the jury, put the jury in a position where they're not allowed to at least consider the testimony that has been given. It's probably frustrating for them, but quite frankly, a few of those questions were questions that weren't going to be able to be asked anyway because of different legal reasons. So I don't think there's anything here that we need to do in terms of, besides addressing it to the jury, however the court sees fit, and getting it right at this point.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, any objection to proceeding without the jury questions being asked? I know that I told both attorneys in chambers, it's a little bit frustrating to me because I think we told the jury where they have an opportunity to answer questions and they're getting deprived of that opportunity. But Mr. Roberts is correct. It's a relatively new practice. Are you okay proceeding without having those questions asked to your client?
I am, Your Honor, and I amplify what Mr. Roberts has just said. There are some courts even in this building, who do not even allow questions at this juncture. So it is a relatively new process. It is a situation that's unavoidable. I think the court is justified in informing the jury that those questions won't be asked and then proceeding forward.
Okay. In terms of preference, Mr. Johnson, of what to tell the jury versus not tell the jury, my thinking, we could go as vague as, unfortunately, she's not available this morning. We could say she's had a medical emergency and she cannot be here. I guess it's, I don't want anything we say to the jury to potentially prejudice her, but I'll leave it to you for your input, what you would prefer from the court.
Your Honor, I think what the court has expressed here in this courtroom is appropriate, and what we've expressed in the chambers, I have no problems leaving the court's. I'm not going to try to micromanage the things the court says. Simply expressing that she can't be here is a medical situation.
Okay.
That's all we've asked for, and I think that's appropriate.
Okay, is that acceptable to you, Mr. Roberts?
I'd have to defer to the defense on this question anyway, Judge. So that's okay.
All right, anything before we bring the jury out?
Just briefly, Judge, with that, obviously then Mr. Johnson will formally need to rest his defense. I do anticipate calling Lieutenant Hooksman to the stand. We've discussed in chambers again, just to revisit the 2 video issue very briefly. I did suggest this morning that perhaps an adopted admission instruction could be given to the jury based on Ms. Vander Ark's testimony about the contents of the first video. I think we've all agreed that the better course here, especially with her not being able to come up and participate in the proceedings today, that Lieutenant Hooksman will just simply testify to that. She said multiple times, if that's what the video shows, we'll just take some brief testimony from Lieutenant Hooksman. We will still continue with the previous ruling and the previous agreement that was made here that we will not play that video for the jury. I then do anticipate playing the second video that we've discussed, and that was kind of been planned all along. Introduce that through Lieutenant Hooksman, and that video plays about 18 minutes or so. Just to caution the folks in the gallery, there is no way to do this without projecting it on one of the monitors. I think the court's indicated that what it will do is raise the screen here. We'll project it on the TV so that only the jury can see these things, but the rest of the gallery certainly can't see those things from the camera perspective. It won't be captured, but the members of the gallery can see that. It begins with an image because the camera is fixed directly at Timothy, deceased, in the closet. There's only a few seconds of it. I've narrowed it down as much as possible, but there has to be some context for the jury so they understand. And the video starts within a few seconds of the defendant walking into that closet, and then what transpires from there is what is really the most relevant portion of that. But again, it's difficult to look at, it's difficult to see, and anyone that thinks that they are going to have a hard time with it, I would just suggest to them when we get to that point to exit the courtroom. But at a certain point, we can't pull the punches too much about what took place here, because these are terrible circumstances, and the jury, I think, needs to be afforded the opportunity to see what transpired in the basically 18 minutes that the defendant waited to call 911.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson, any objections to that?
No, Your Honor, I don't. And while we have an agreement, Mr. Roberts and I, as to the first video, the before video, there'll be descriptions of it. I'm not sure if Mr. Roberts is going to want an instruction as to why that video wasn't provided for the jury as well. I think that I wouldn't object to that. I think that's appropriate as part of our agreement. But he may have jurors sitting there saying, "Why didn't we get to see that one?" So if he wants an instruction for that, I would not have an objection to that either.
Okay, so yeah, what we're gonna do is, and I forgot to tell Mr. Weaver this, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the shut off, so that specifically out of respect for Mr. Ferguson, although this TV is going to be angled toward the jury, and obviously it's in view of the gallery, I do not want it broadcast out of respect for him. So this TV will be going, but and as well as the witness. But again, I'm instructing those members of the media that are in the courtroom today, I do not want this video, including images of Mr. Ferguson and his deceased, to be broadcast. So with that, anything else before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
No.
All right, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, please rise. All right, you may be seated. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on time. It's been a while. We've delayed you. As you'll notice, Ms. Vander Ark is not present this morning. Unfortunately, she's suffering some medical distress this morning. The reason we've been delaying is we've been trying to alleviate that medical distress. And so the court was willing to wait a little bit while we did some other matters to see if she was able to be present. She is not. She certainly will not be present during this morning, and she may not be present for the rest of the trial. I don't know, but at least she's not here today. And again, it's not by court order. It's because, unfortunately, she's unable to be here because of a medical issue. So with that, we will continue the trial in her absence. Mr. Johnson, and that also, unfortunately, means that we will not be able to ask her your questions. It was my preference to have that happen, and I tried to get that to happen, but unfortunately, we will be unable to do that. So, Mr. Johnson, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, at this juncture, the defense rests.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, any rebuttal witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. The people recall the defendants.
Raise your right hand. This matter now pending, you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Put your hand down, grab a seat. You can just go ahead, please, again, state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Lieutenant Joel Hoeksema, Joelhoeksema.
Lieutenant, I want to, let's just start off with, you brought People's Exhibit number 34 up to the podium there, or up to the witness stand with you there. That's the bottle of hot sauce. And you actually sees two of the same type of hot sauce from the residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's one of those bottles.
That's correct.
And you heard the testimony yesterday from Ms. Vander Ark, where she indicated that there was some discussion about ordering the hot sauce from Amazon because you couldn't find hot sauce she couldn't find hot sauce that Timothy didn't like, or something to that effect in Myers. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could you go ahead and read for the jury the label there for that hot sauce?
Elijah's extreme regret is screaming super hot. It packs the fire of the two hottest peppers in the world, the Trinidad Scorpion and Carolina Reaper peppers. Your tongue will burn from the sting of the scorpion. Your eyes will tear up as sweat pours off your head. Your throat feels the burn of the Carolina Reaper going down. The pain becomes unbearable, and you feel like you just ate a burning hot coal. That's when you realize extreme regret, not for wimpy hot sauce lovers. Use with caution, or you'll regret it.
Okay. Now, did you also hear the testimony yesterday from Ms. Vander Ark in regards to two videos that were actually obtained as part of the investigation into this matter?
I did.
And let's talk about that first video first. It sounded funny when I said it. Talk about the first video. That it's a video that actually shows Timothy Ferguson being brought into the small room, being brought into that closet just hours before he passes away. Are you familiar with that video?
I am.
And have you seen that video?
I have.
And we've made an agreement because of the sensitive nature of the video and its frankly graphic nature that's not going to be played for the jury. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
I do want to unfortunately have to ask you some questions about it. So if you could just recall that video, and first of all, explain to the jury what camera that video was obtained from.
So we spoke earlier that we had seized several video cameras from the home. This specific camera was called a LIVEmas camera, and it was found originally during our the execution of the first search warrant right outside the door of the small room. Further into the investigation, it was discovered that there was a micro SD card within this camera that contained video files.
And that camera and the video that we're talking about, what does that what does it capture, at least in terms of an overview of where it's pointed?
So at the time those video files were generated by the camera, it was positioned within the small room in one of the corners, looking at Timothy when he was in there.
And you've had an opportunity again to review those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at approximately 11 o'clock, 23:03 in military time, 11 o'clock or so, you observe Ms. Vander Ark on that video.
I do.
And what does she do?
On the video around that time that you mentioned, Ms. Vander Ark is observed placing a tarp into the closet and kind of spreading it out as a makeshift bed.
And after she does that, what happens after that?
After she lays the tarp on the floor, she is seen dragging Timothy by the arms onto the tarp and into the room.
And are you able to see Timothy's body at that point in time?
I am.
And what condition would you describe it? How would you describe his physical condition at that point?
His eyes were open, but not really seeing anything. He appeared to be unresponsive. He didn't speak at all. He moaned a few times. It's very concerning watching that and seeing his appearance.
And you've also obviously had an opportunity to see both the photographs of Timothy at the scene as well after he was deceased and the autopsy photos. Did he appear substantially the same way that he appeared in those photographs as well?
He did. Very, very thin bones protruding. In particular, he wasn't wearing any pants, so I could see his hip bones and his knee joint very prominently displayed as she positioned him in front of the camera.
And did it appear that he was wearing a diaper?
He was wearing an adult diaper.
And you said that Ms. Vander Ark positioned him in front of the camera so that so that what was facing the camera, I guess.
His face was facing the camera. It was the primary focus of the cameras to keep a view of his face.
And does that camera also records audio, does it not?
It does.
And did it record any audio from Ms. Vander Ark as she was pulling Timothy into the closet and positioning him on the floor?
It did. I could hear Miss Vander Ark tell Timothy that he is pathetic, and then adds, but I already knew that as she was dragging him in. She also makes a comment to him that you owe me the biggest apology in the world, and suggests that he wouldn't be able to leave the restroom or leave the room for restroom breaks unless she receives an apology from him.
And then did she leave the room at that point?
She does.
Did she come back a little while later?
I believe it was approximately 15 minutes later, she comes back into the room.
And during that time period, though, are you able to observe Timothy on that video?
I do.
And does Timothy do something between the time that she leaves the first time and the time she comes back?
Initially, she had positioned him on his side with his face facing the camera. And over the period of about 15 minutes, he rolled onto his back. So his face was no longer visible.
When she comes back in the second time, what does she do?
She repositions him so his face is visible to the camera. She has one of her Great Danes come into the room and instructs the Great Dane to lick his face, trying to get what appeared to me, trying to get a reaction out of him, and even makes a comment to the dog saying that, see, he reacted to you.
And so does the Great Dane, does the Great Dane stay in the room at that point or not?
It kind of steps over him, licks his face, investigates, and then eventually leaves the room after she provided the dog instructions to lick his face.
And what does she do at that point?
During this time, and previously while I observed Timothy in the room, he was taking short, shallow breaths through his mouth. Kind of picture how a fish out of water would breathe, with gasping for breath through their mouth. And she clamps his mouth shut, tells him that he doesn't need to breathe like that, and then holds his mouth shut for a period of time until he's forced to take breaths through his nose, and tells him, see, you didn't need to breathe through your mouth like that. You're being a dummy or an idiot, something along those lines.
And does she leave the room at that point?
She does.
And is that the last time anyone actually has any contact with Timothy in that room?
That's correct.
And you've had an opportunity, does that camera continue to record all through the night into the next morning?
It does.
Because this was about between 11 and 11:30 on July 5th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the camera records into the next morning, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've had an opportunity to watch all of that video, is that my understanding?
Yes.
And at some point, does it appear that, and you're not a medical doctor, I understand that, but does it appear that Timothy actually passes away while in view of that camera?
Yes, it appears that way to me. He can be seen, his chest rising, lowering very slightly, small little movements, and then there is a point in time where you stop seeing that, and his body just kind of relaxes, and it appears to me that he has died at that point.
And does from that point on, is there any movement of his body until the next morning? Is there any movement of his body at all to indicate that he's moving or alive?
There is not. There is no more movement from his body from that point.
And we're going to now play for the jury you're aware that there was a recording that takes place later that morning, is that correct?
That's correct.
Starting around approximately 6:20 or so of that same camera, is that correct?
Yes.
And just give they'll be able to watch it and hear it, but what are we looking at initially when we see the video?
Initially, you'll see Timothy as he was positioned, and then you'll see Miss Vander Ark enter the room, and you'll see her reaction regarding finding him. What I know to be deceased, but I don't believe she does at that time.
Okay. For the record, this would be People's 46. It's on a flash drive. It's pulled up on my computer, ready to go. So the jury understands I think the court's intention is to only play it through the monitor by the jury box. I think everybody can see that.
Can anyone see Mr. Weaver, can you maybe angle the TV out just a little bit?
You're probably going to want the lights dim too.
Yeah. I'll do it. I got it. Mr. Roberts, are you connected to the? All right, let's,
I think we'll just confirm that's not in here with the camera for.
I don't believe so, no.
It can be pushed closer too, so.
What do you need? Wait.
Yes.
I said it can be pushed closer too, so.
If you're worried about it.
Oh, no, I've instructed him not to record it, so we dim the lights a little bit. And then I'll worry about getting him on here, so. Lieutenant, you can, is it on your screen?
There is nothing yet.
Okay, nothing yet, but you can see the
Yes, I can see the
D.
normal screen that's been appeared,
Okay.
that's been on it.
Do you have to hit something? Because it's not showing up. I've got G and C.
It's not over here. I don't have it on mine.
Reconnect the NC Wi-Fi. So that- so should be connected. Go back.
I'm showing DA. If I do my phone, I can see it. Mike, you want to maybe grab the card from the, or the laptop from the cart?
We have a laptop. That we can.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's do that. Because I can see it on my phone when I pull it up, so.
You can. Oh wait. I don't know if that was C. C popped up. Maybe we just give it just a second because circuit port C just popped up as well. So maybe it's.
Okay.
Can you see if you can connect the D from there? It's slowly. That's the TV. You ever tried to handle that one? It's only one TV in there. Go for it. See what happens. Yeah. It's connected.
All right, get Sean down here.
Hi guys, while we're waiting, if you could give this live a thumbs up, helps us dance out into the algorithm, bring more people back to the party. Just a free way to help us out. This is Parawoman Radio, day 15, day 15 of LIVEmas.
Sir, Your Honor, could it be because that's turned off? It doesn't go run through that?
It'll still go on here. It lines up and it's just another screen basically.
I
So
didn't know if that was the central hub that.
no, it's not supposed to be. Okay, why don't we do this? We'll just take a recess until we can figure the tech issue out. Why don't we just bring him back to the jury room? So, all right, please rise. be seated. We'll be in recess. Just let us know when we get everything figured out. We got Sean coming up to figure out tax as well.
Okay, they're having some audio visual issues. They're going on a recess. We just began and they're back on a recess. So let's pop over and see what's happening in the sentencing of Hannah Payne.
My wife called me and told me there was a deputy at the house to see me. My life from that point has never been the same. The following day, I found myself repeating to my wife, I do not know how I'm going to tell my parents or explain to them how this happened. And they had been deceased for years. Never again will I be able to hear him say, hey, you, get off my mountain. At 53 years old today, I know what he was talking about now. But the defendant took him off of his cloud. The defense attorney in this case attempted to paint my brother as a nobody. He was nothing. It was just good intentions gone bad. It's a drug user, could have been a drug dealer, could have been anything but an innocent man. But one thing about this situation that I would like the court and you to know, Judge, that Kenneth Herring, he wasn't heavy. He was my brother. And on we go. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Herring, what is your opinion today as it relates to sentencing in this case?
At some point in my life, I'm going to need some healing. My opinion as far as judgment in this, I feel that whatever the court gives her, which should be life without parole, she deserves more.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, 1 second, Mr. Herring.
Mhm.
Mr. Herring,
Yes.
hopefully throughout the trial, I began this by saying it's a tragedy for all parties.
Mm-hmm.
And my condolences once again to you and your family. I'm just hoping that what happened in the trial was therapeutic and you're able to put closure to it and move on. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the witnesses they had,
Does the defense have any evidence in extenuation and mitigation?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, being the judicial system as it is, we accept, whether we agree with it or not, we accept the jury's decision. I was still a little concerned about the malice murder. I just didn't hear anything that really hit those elements. And I did my directed verdict, and I would renew it now, knowing that the court is not going to rule on it. But keeping that in mind, hearing the facts, and you wrote down a lot of notes, I would like the court to try to keep that in mind and I have a couple of witnesses for the Ms. Payne to come up and speak on her behalf. Ms. Renee? If you could state your name for the court.
Just swear.
I'm going to swear in. I was going to.
Renee Novotny.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And
If you could spell for me, please.
Reana, last name Novotny.
okay. And what was your relationship to Hannah Payne?
I am Hannah.
And you got Hannah right out of high school, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Is there something you'd like to say to the court on behalf of Hannah?
I do, and may I use my notes, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. I prepared something, and if it suits the court, I'd like to read it, please.
Just make sure you project so that the reporter can hear and that I can hear.
Yes, ma'am. I've had the absolute pleasure of knowing the Payne family for 30 years. My initial introduction was when Hannah's father joined my work team in Riverdale, Georgia. I equally had the pleasure of Hannah's mother joining our office staff.
The issue's fixed. Anything before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, in the delay, we've actually been able to accomplish the written waiver of Ms. Banner Ark being present.
Oh.
It's before the court now, that's signed and witnessed,
Oh.
signed by her, witnessed by Deputy Levine. So I think perhaps we admit that as a court's exhibit, would that be?
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be the court's exhibit number 1. Then admitted, part of the record.
No objection.
All right.
Otherwise, the technology issues are fixed.
Mr. Johnson, anything before we?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our technology issues fixed, so you may proceed, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Again, for those in the audience that have not seen any of these images, this is not easy footage.
Come here.
Yeah, what's wrong?
I don't feel like breathing or anything.
Timothy?
Move, Summer. Move, Summer, you gotta move. Am I wrong?
No.
Oh my God.
Timothy?
Come on, buddy.
Timothy?
No, can't, this can't happen.
Timothy? Hey.
Is he okay?
No, no, no.
It's okay. I don't feel anything wrong.
He's resisting.
What is this? He's breathing stiff. Is he okay?
He feels cold.
Yeah, I know it's cold, but he's not stiff, so is he okay? Sit him up, please. Come on, come on. Come on. Please. Please, please, please. Please, baby, come on.
Timothy?
Here, see if you can open his jaw.
Timothy?
Come on, give him a rescue breath. Come on, quick. What?
No.
Okay.
And it's still very, very wet.
Well, I think I feel moving.
Timothy? Hey. Hey.
Come on, buddy.
Timothy?
Come on, buddy. Sharma, stop. Okay, do another. A breath, please. I saw him moving during the night, maybe.
Yeah. Timothy? Come on.
Come on. I'm gonna go get some water, see if we can get it down. You okay? Okay. So, it's about 50 minutes water. We can't close his eyes, but that's usually a sign that he's not down. Nobody. Can you open his jaw for me? Come on. Come on. Please, buddy. Come on. Come on. Please, come on.
Timothy?
Come on, buddy. Come on, baby. Come on.
Come on, Timothy.
Here. I feel like I set him up or something. Come on. I may end up being like, just to make sure he's okay. No, I'm not. I'm glad we checked on him.
Yeah.
Come on. You gotta put a 5 minutes into that. Come on. You're okay. That's like his head back when you do that. I'm gonna go away. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Well, then, that's a good thing. Come on. Go give me a towel quick. Come on, buddy. This cannot be happening. Come on, buddy. Come on, Timothy. Come on, buddy. Hurry up, please. There's one in the bathroom. Come on. Come on, Timothy. Come on, buddy. Come on.
No, no, that's one file. There's nothing in this, no. There shouldn't be. Come on, just, come on, get it flat, dude. Keep going. Come on. No, Sharma, get back. Come on, buddy. Oh my, get back. Come on, buddy. Mama? What? Did you hear something? Keep going. Keep going. Here, you take off. It should be faster. I don't understand. I don't either. Should we call an ambulance? Right, yeah. Come on, baby, come on, buddy. Come on. Oh, let's just, oh. Come on, buddy. You should be able to put stuff out there. Oh my God, come on, buddy. Come on, sweetie. Get in your hand. Yeah, it is. Come on, buddy. Put it on the crate quickly. Come on, buddy. Go. Come on, Sharma. Come on, Sharma. Nobody check on him. Yeah. Go. Come on, Sharma, please, baby. Sharma. Now's not the time. No, it's not. Yeah. Good. Good. Come on. Yeah, I know, and there's nothing I can do. When I push in and push that button, or when I go in, you know. Yeah. Then it's not locked. That's nothing new. You sure it's not the first thing with him? No. Nobody. Back to it. Nobody. No. No. Wait. Keep going. Tom's been on a hunger strike. He will be. I don't know what to do. Tom. I don't know what's going on. It's 4788 Marshall Road. I woke up to go to work. Yeah, and my son's not breathing. I woke up to check on him before. He's 15. He's been on a hunger strike. He wouldn't eat lately. And I've been checking on him all night because he said he was feeling good last night. And I woke up to get ready to work this morning and he's not breathing. Yes. He's on fast. Can I put you on speaker? Yes, he's on the fly. Get him off the bed. He's on the walk bed. I might have taken last a year or two ago, but I know how to do it, yeah. Okay, we'll put you on speaker. Okay, there, you're on speaker. Yep. Okay. He ate yesterday, but he hasn't eaten. He's driving me crazy because he wouldn't eat hardly. And so he got really skinny and he won't eat. And I was just about to call the doctor this morning because he's just been horrible. I mean, he's a teenager. He's 15 and he didn't eat yesterday, but not a lot. I checked on him at, I don't know, 5:30. Yeah. Yeah. Go unlock it. I told you to go unlock it. Shonda. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I do. Pinch his nose, open his airway. He's got like brown stuff coming out of his mouth. No. I don't know, it's brown liquid. Scoop it out. It's like dribbling out. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, my 20-year-old standing right here. 21, 22, 24, 25, 26. Okay. 30, 31, 32, 34, yeah, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. Take the card. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's on the spectrum, high functioning, and he, has ADHD. Yes. It's not the first time he's done this with not eating, so. Okay. He's still going. It's possible. But my husband and stepdad had a stroke in January, and then his dad and stepmom called last week, told us they were divorced. And so it's been rough, and he's been, like I said, he's been on hunger strike before. I wouldn't be more worried. Hold on, so I got it. So, I'm here, sir. I don't think there's anything in his reach, honestly. Benadryl's the only thing, or off-brand Excedrin, extra strength. Okay, just check on it. He's been on a hunger strike for like 2 weeks. Yeah. About 5:30 this morning. And then I came down about, I don't know.
Lieutenant, just a couple of quick questions there. You heard references in there a couple of times, Ms. Van der Ark, in that 911 call mentioning going to check on Timothy at about 5:30. Again, you've had an opportunity to review all of that video, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time around 5:30 or any time after the video that you've described where she drags him into the closet, does she come and check on Timothy?
She does not.
Okay.
All right, do we have any jury questions? As far as you can tell, Mr. Weaver, you want to check? No? Okay, you don't. All right. You can stand down, Lieutenant. Thank you. Any additional? All right. So at this time, while we're close to the noon hour, we've had kind of a break in the morning. I'll guess I'll leave it to the jury. I don't want your answer now. You can go back and certainly talk about it. We do have some final jury instructions we have to do. We'll have to do.
We have to close as well, Judge.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I guess I suppose you guys want to take the lunch hour to prepare closing, or I don't know. Mr. Johnson, you prefer to have a break for lunch before we go into closings?
Yes.
Thank you. An affirmative answer. Thank you. All right. So at this time, we will take a lunch break. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Please don't look at any social media, any news reports. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. I know that the proofs are now concluded. However, until you're instructed and you're told by the court to begin deliberations, you're not permitted to discuss this case. I will have, we'll make it a shorter lunch, have you return here at 1 o'clock with the hopes to start it shortly thereafter, maybe 1:05, 1:10, something like that. That way we've been here, you've been this morning, and unfortunately we lost some valuable time this morning. So have you back. We'll do closings. Then we'll slim it from 14 to 12, and then we'll give some instructions, and then we'll slim it down, and then hopefully get commenced with deliberations. Please rise. You may be seated. Anything before we break, Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't believe so. Actually, I should say there was one additional instruction that we requested. I think we'll get a copy of the final instructions or a draft of them, and then Mr. Johnson can review it. It was inferring intent. It was instruction.
Okay.
It's a standard instruction.
Yeah, we probably should talk about, do we want to do anything on the record regards to the lesser included that you're requesting, Mr. Johnson? You want to wait till after closes to do that?
We might as well make the record now. But
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, we could do it. So my understanding from our discussion in the chambers, Mr. Johnson, you're requesting a instruction on a lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Roberts, your position on that?
Well, Your Honor, we've had some extensive discussions in chambers about that, and I think both sides have done some research into the issue. At this point, I am conceding the inclusion of the involuntary manslaughter instruction with the understanding that that also comes, I believe that's 1610 is the instruction on involuntary manslaughter. There are two theories available. One is the gross negligence theory. One is the intent to commit a harm, but essentially not the harm, the outcome intended. So I would ask that and I think Mr. Johnson wants to proceed under the gross negligence theory. That's under 16.18. So with the inclusion of 16.18, we have no objection to including involuntary manslaughter at this point.
Okay. Yeah, and just for the record, the court, in anticipation of this potential issue, there's a case, it's People versus Jaeger, which is 511 Mish 78, which essentially indicates, says the Mendoza court, referring to People versus Mendoza 468 Mish 527, says Mendoza court concluded that because both voluntary and involuntary manslaughter are necessarily included lesser offenses and inferior to murder under MCL 768.32, quote, when a defendant is charged with murder and an instruction for voluntary and involuntary manslaughter must be given if supported by a rational view of the evidence. And I think the parties are agreeing that it could be supported by a rational, which this court equates with reasonable view of the evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I'm not conceding that the defendant's view of this was rational, but yes, I can understand that a possible view of it, it certainly could be argued, I guess is the best way to say it, that the rational view of the evidence supports it.
Right. And that's your argument as well, Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. So based on that, the court will give an instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter pursuant to a grossly negligent theory of defense.
And just to clarify, 16.21, the inferring state of mind is the request that we have for the jury to give the intent evidence.
Okay. So we'll have those modified and then have you guys come back 12:50, 5 or something like that. It'll be a short lunch, unfortunately, but
Okay. Thank you,
all
Judge.
right, we're adjourned.
Okay, guys, they're on recess for lunch. They'll be back by 1 with their closing statements. Let me see if I can find something else for us to watch while we're waiting. This is Parawoman Radio. If you could give this live a thumbs up, it helps us dance out into the algorithm, bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help us out. I did find this news article we could read together. What did Shanda Vander Ark do? Michigan woman charged for abusing juvenile son to death. She tortured him to death. These must be the shackles they found. Michigan woman arrested for torturing teenage son to death. Image is from the Muskegon County Sheriff's Office. Shanda Vander Ark, a 43-year-old Michigan woman who has been arrested for allegedly starving and torturing her juvenile son to death. She has been charged with 1 count of open murder and 1 count of first-degree child abuse as per court records. The victim has been identified as 15-year-old Timothy Ferguson. On July 6th at around 6:37 a.m., police officials responded to an emergency call about a suspicious death. In a house located in the 4000 block of Marshall Road. When they reached the scene, officials discovered the body of the 15-year-old boy. He was pronounced dead at the scene, according to a press release by the Norton Shores Police Department. This reminds me, I'm an ex-social worker, and I'm actually an ex-social worker from Michigan, and it reminds me of one of the cases I had. It wasn't torture, but it was child abuse. The victim appeared to be extremely malnourished, and there was evidence of abuse. Shanda Vander Ark is accused of forcing Timothy into an ice bath the day before his death. The county medical examiner who performed an autopsy on Timothy's body
essentially waived her right to be present within the court. So that means her defense attorneys are completely taking over.
Sorry, the news
and that means
station
those questions
is
that jurors might have
doing
had
their
are
pickup
going unanswered. Now, with Vander Ark not physically
report.
present, this ended up with the defense resting their case. There was then a rebuttal with the prosecution. They ended up calling a lieutenant with Norton Shores Police, and he presented that hot sauce that we've continually talked about. He ended up reading part of the labeling, and it said, "You'll regret taking it," really trying to show just how dangerous some of this stuff was. The lieutenant then went back to the space where Ferguson stayed. It was this small room, but really it was a closet with a tarp and Amazon box, and that is where Ferguson essentially stayed.
This is the court. This is the news agency that is in the courtroom bringing us the live today.
He described that there was a camera there that was positioned on the 15-year-old's face, and that footage there was not shown to the jury, but he just described to the jury, though, of how this 15-year-old had eyes that were open but not responsive, and saying that it was, quote, very concerning watching that footage. He said Vander Ark called her son pathetic in this footage, saying, quote, "You owe me the biggest apology in the world." He described the teen taking short swallows of breath like a fish out of water, with Vander Ark then holding his mouth shut just because she didn't like the way he was breathing. The officer then said that you could actually see him die within that footage. Again, that is not something that was presented to the jury. The jury was...
Because I was in court for one of my own cases, and upstairs there was this court case where a father had safety glued his daughter's eyes closed because she wouldn't stop looking at him. She was not even 1 year old yet.
Presented a part of the video which we are not broadcasting, but essentially shows what happened after the fact of her discovering that her son was now lifeless and no longer alive. Within that footage, you see her trying to say this, "Oh no, 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 this can't be happening." But what is possibly the most incriminating part of this is you can see her and her other son, this 20-year-old, moving this son away. And there was 2 different quotes that I ended up hearing, and that was, "I just want to make it look like he was in the bed, and you'll have to tell them he was on a hunger strike." Only after this movement did she end up calling 911. The court right now is on lunch break, but we can expect things to pick up within the next hour or so. We are live in Muskegon County. Trevor Gonzalez, 13.
Okay. Let's go back to the news article I was reading. This is Parawoman Radio, and I'm Amy. They're on a lunch break. They're coming back 1-ish with closing arguments. We're reading a news article right now. What did Shonda do? Shonda Vander Ark is accused of forcing Timothy into an ice bath the day before his death. The county medical examiner who performed an autopsy on Timothy's body reported that he died due to malnourishment and hyperthermia. Further reports state that Timothy suffered from mental disabilities and was homeschooled. The boy's father, who lives in Florida, see, there's always, you guys, I'm from Michigan, okay? What is that? Is it the 6 degrees, 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon? I always forget how many degrees it is, but Michigan has that. If there's any news story, you can, how many degrees is it? Because I always freaking forget. Hold on. Let's see, 6 degrees. You can do 6 degrees and take it back to Michigan on any news story. Try it. Further reports state that Timothy suffered from mental disabilities and was homeschooled. The boy's father, who lived in Florida, maintained he was unaware of the abuse. At Shonda Vander Ark's arraignment, Muskegon County Assistant Prosecutor DJ Hilson alleged that the teenager's death was due to his mother's harsh punishments. Speaking about the case, Hilton said, "I've been at this job for over 20 years. The things that walk through this door on a day in and day out basis are horrific and traumatic. But I can safely say that within my career, this is probably one of the more sadistic and tragic events that I've seen and witnessed and been a part of." I was thinking last night that this is one of the more sadistic trials that I've covered. I usually don't do this because of, I don't know if it was because I was a case manager for foster care, but I have a really hard time talking about and hearing about children and older victims as well. People who can't protect themselves. It's really hard. Matt Roberts, chief trial attorney for the Muskegon County Prosecutor's Office, provided detailed the punishments and abuse doled out by the mother. The investigation I can't say that word. I'm sorry, guys. Revealed that Shonda Vander Ark, some words I can't, if there's a Q and an S, I can't quite get my mouth to do it. That Shonda Vander Ark and a number of punishments that frankly were just beyond the pale in terms of what should be administered to a child. What? Just beyond? I would say she went beyond and beyond and above and like smashed it apart with that putting hot sauce on somebody who has mental issues and probably something to do with his brain and the way it processes things. You don't do that. Most notably, the denial of food to the child, feeding the child nothing but bread and bread soaked in hot sauce and hot sauce poured down the child's throat, and placing the child in an ice bath. And somehow, for some reason, she didn't want the youngest one to know any of this. But they know more than we think they know, even when we're trying to keep them in the dark. It is their home, too. Meanwhile, Shonda Vander Ark's attorney, Muskegon County Chief Public Defender Fred Johnson, told Wood TV that the ruling was not appropriate. She has no criminal history. Yes, she does. Or do they not consider criminal history when Child Protective Services come on board? Because didn't she have them in her home? She has no criminal history. She has no place else to go. She has family here in the community. She's not a run threat. She's not a threat to hurt anyone else. Even given the allegations, they're all directed towards a specific group of people. All those people are now protected. Judge Hopes, presiding over the case, ordering Shonda Vander Ark be held without bond. She is scheduled to appear in court for a probate case. That was back in July. And here we are in December. This is Parawoman Radio, and I'm Amy. We're covering the Shanda Vander Ark case today. They went to lunch. They should be back about 1 with closing arguments. She is feigning illness today, and she is not in the court. Let me see if I can find something for us to watch while we wait. Where are they at? With Hannah Payne. We'll pop over there and watch her sentencing while we wait.
That's the malice that the jury heard and what they had no problem finding beyond a reasonable doubt that was in this defendant's heart when she took the life of a big brother who gave all his siblings nicknames and made jokes with them and took care of them and put himself on the mountain to take care of his whole family. We do not believe, Judge, that this is a case where the minimum sentence is appropriate based on all of these factors. There has not yet been a tear for this victim. Her tears are for herself. You have the authority in count 1 to sentence the defendant to life without parole as requested by the family. And we would ask that you consider their request and leave the choice as to whether or not the life is with or without parole in the discretion of this court. However, on the false imprisonment, if this court does choose to give this defendant life with the possibility of parole, it is the state's request that the 10 years on that false imprisonment run consecutive on count 5. And then on count 6, you are required to give a consecutive 5-year sentence. And we would ask that it run consecutive to the false imprisonment for a sentence of life plus a consecutive 15 years. We will leave it within this court's discretion as to whether or not you think this defendant deserves a sentence of life with or without parole, but we would ask that you consider the statements made by the family in this case and the things that you have heard in this trial.
We are on day 15. I can't believe we've made it 15 days of our LIVEmas. If you could give this live a thumbs up, helps us dance out into the algorithm, bring more people back to the party. While we're waiting, we're watching the Hannah Payne sentencing. Oops, let's move forward. Looks like she's already being sentenced. If you could give this live a thumbs up, a heart, a smile. We're on YouTube, Facebook, and X today. Hi, guys. However you do it on the platform you're at, it helps us dance out into the algorithm, bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help our channel out, and it's really appreciated.
Okay. This court has sat through the trial, has heard arguments of defense and the state, has listened to the witnesses today, and after considering all of those things, the court will impose sentence as follows. Please stand, Ms. Lee. With respect to count 1, malice murder, the court will impose a sentence of life with a possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, felony murder, that will merge into count 1 and is dismissed as a matter of law. With respect to count 3, aggravated assault, that merges into counts 1 and 2. With respect to count 4, felony murder, that merges into count 1 and it is dismissed as a matter of law. With respect to count 5, the false imprisonment verdict, the court imposes a sentence of 8 years consecutive. With respect to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the court imposes a sentence of 5 years that will run consecutive to the underlying sentence. Count 7 and 8 will merge into count 6. So the court's total sentence is life with the possibility of parole plus 8 years consecutive on the false imprisonment and 5 years consecutive on the possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. And that is the court sentence. So I'll remand you again, Ms. Payne, into the custody of the Sheriff's Department. Before I do have some instructions for you, Ms. Payne. You have a right to seek post-judgment relief from your conviction of the crimes, either by making a motion for a new trial in this court and/or filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you want to file a motion for new trial or an appeal, then you will need to file the said motion or a notice of appeal with the clerk of Superior Court of this county within 30 days. You may want to more fully discuss this with your attorney. If a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, you will have 30 days from the filing of this order of denial in which to file with the clerk of court your notice of appeal. You have a right to have an attorney represent you on the motion for new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. And if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide you an attorney and a transcript of your trial at no cost. In addition, usually you have a period of 4 years from the date of your sentence, which is today, before in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. The details that can affect the time within which you must file this petition are contained in the copy of this code subsection, and I'm going to ask the deputies to hand that to you. And so you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition. Councils, I can confer with you as to set in a date for the hearing for a motion for new trial, but we can do that once we're adjourned. Okay. Deputy, could you have that?
I just have one question after the name.
Yes.
I know she said 8 and 5. Are any of those additional charges, or any of that going to be probated?
I believe I was very clear, Attorney Tucker, that they're consecutive.
So it's consecutive to serve.
The life with the possibility of parole.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Judge.
Anything further from defense
Nothing
counsel?
further from the defense.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Payne, you may go with the deputies at this time. With respect to this matter, the court stands adjourned at this time.
Are back in the record in file 23110 FC. People of the state of Michigan versus Shonda Vander Ark. This is day 4 of a jury trial. Record should reflect that Mr. Johnson is present in the courtroom representing Ms. Vander Ark. Mr. Roberts is here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Ms. Vander Ark is not present. My understanding, Mr. Johnson, that she is suffering some medical distress this morning. And I know you want to put something on the record regarding that before we go forward, so you may proceed.
I do, Your Honor. My client is suffering a medical issue. We were hoping that, given some time this morning, we'd be able to get her to a point where she'd be able to come and join us. She'd be competent to do so. The court has been gracious for our trial. It's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes to 11. And we appreciate the court's grace in allowing us to work with her and hopefully get her to the point where she can come and participate in her own trial. I must report to the court at this point that situation has not occurred. That she at this point is not able to participate in trial, given this medical situation. As a result of that, she's been basically, we've gone over a couple of options. One, ask to adjourn this case until a later date, but quite frankly, the situation that brought on this medical situation is occurring and is part of the stress of being on trial. So the reality is we couldn't guarantee the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday of next week that we'd be in a different situation than they are in right now. And in fact, for the record, I anticipate we'd be right back to where we are right now, even if we waited a few days to work on things. Given that situation, I explained my client her options. She could come up to the courtroom on her own volition or with assistance and participate in the hearing, or she could waive her right to be here and avoid this, and not avoid, but to not participate as we go forward. She has chosen the latter. She's chosen to waive her right to be here. She's requesting not to come back again. For this purpose, she is not requesting an iPad or any other aid to allow her to watch the proceedings from where she is. She is content to rest at this point and simply allow her legal team to go forward, representing her in this matter and concluding this particular trial. Therefore, I'm asking the court at this point to continue with the trial and without my client being present. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, my understanding too, as well as speaking to the deputies, I mean, as was asking, hey, what's going on with the progress, and they indicated that she had made some statements that she potentially could hurt herself. Is that correct? Your understanding?
I didn't hear them, but I heard those comments from a source that I rely on and have no basis to believe that's not accurate. And quite frankly, in conjunction with my experience with her this morning, I can see how she might have made those statements.
Okay, all right. So that was also a concern for the court as well. So, Mr. Roberts, any comments you wish to make on that?
Your Honor, the only thing I would ask, if we could at some point, and we don't necessarily have to do it right now, is because this is a critical stage of the proceedings, that we would have something at the time it becomes available, something in writing from her, waiving her right to be here. In terms of her not being present, we also have to address the fact that she did not answer the jurors' questions. I've indicated in chambers that while I certainly recognize that the court rules do allow for jurors to ask questions here, that it is certainly not been a practice for a very long period of time, just recently adopted by the Supreme Court as a practice, and that I would think we could proceed without her presence and without answering the jury's questions. I think we have to address it in some fashion for the jurors so they understand that, and they're obviously smart enough to look over the table and see that she's not here. But I don't believe that would in any way cause her testimony to be stricken here or allow the jury, put the jury in a position where they're not allowed to at least consider the testimony that has been given. It's probably frustrating for them, but quite frankly, a few of those questions were questions that weren't going to be able to be asked anyway because of different legal reasons. So I don't think there's anything here that we need to do in terms of, besides addressing it to the jury, however the court sees fit, and getting it right at this point.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, any objection to proceeding without the jury questions being asked? I know that I told both attorneys in chambers, it's a little bit frustrating to me because I think we told the jury where they have an opportunity to answer questions and they're getting deprived of that opportunity. But Mr. Roberts is correct. It's a relatively new practice. Are you okay proceeding without having those questions asked to your client?
I am, Your Honor, and I amplify what Mr. Roberts has just said. There are some courts even in this building, who do not even allow questions at this juncture. So it is a relatively new process. It is a situation that's unavoidable. I think the court is justified in informing the jury that those questions won't be answered.
It is a new process in Michigan because I was thinking when I heard it, I was like, wait, is she in Arizona? Because Arizona was the only other state that I knew that did it. And so it is a new thing. And it's a thing that I agree with 100%. I think everybody should, I think the jury should always be able to ask the defendant questions.
And then proceeding forward.
Okay. In terms of preference, Mr. Johnson, of what to tell the jury versus not tell the jury, my thinking, we could go as vague as, unfortunately, she's not available this morning. We could say she's had a medical emergency and she cannot be here. I guess it's, I don't want anything we say to the jury to potentially prejudice her, but I'll guess I'll leave it to you for your input, what you would prefer from the court.
Your Honor, I think what the court has expressed here in this courtroom is appropriate, and what we've expressed in the chambers, I have no problems leaving the court's. I'm not going to try to micromanage the things the court says. Simply expressing that she can't be here. It's a medical situation.
Okay.
That's all we've asked for, and I think that's appropriate.
Okay, is that acceptable to you, Mr. Roberts?
I'd have to defer to the defense on this question anyway.
All right, anything cross-examination? Oh, actually, we'll recall. Yeah, sorry. Gotta do that. Ms. Van Ark? You're reminded you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Good afternoon, Ms. Van Ark. Now, Mr. Johnson kind of tried to shortchange you a little bit earlier in your or in his direct examination when he wanted to talk about your background, your schooling. Remind the jury again of your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, magna cum laude, and then I also have a Juris Doctorate, it's a law degree that I graduated magna cum laude, second in my class.
And magna cum laude, for those that might not be familiar, means with the highest honors, correct?
Yes, sir. In law school, actually, Summa only goes to number one. At the college level, it's above a certain GPA, but for law school, only number one gets Summa, and then above a certain GPA gets Magna.
And then below that is even cum laude, which is what Mr. Johnson tried to say were,
Yes,
and I think you corrected him and made sure the jury understood, no, you were second in your class. In
Yes,
law school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took the bar exam,
I did.
passed the bar exam
First try, yes, sir.
with a very high score, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that score?
182 out of 200.
Bar exam is an incredibly difficult test to pass, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. And it was like 400 hours of study that went into that.
And the pass rate for it usually hovers somewhere around 60%. So 4 out of 10 people that take it usually fail, right?
I did not know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But you understood it to be a very difficult test when you took it.
Yes.
And I believe that score would constitute the highest score for. For that time that you took the bar, right? Your score.
I mean, I don't know. I would assume so.
And you also were magna cum laude in undergrad as well for your
Yes, sir.
bachelor's degree?
Yes, sir.
And where did you obtain your bachelor's degree?
Liberty University.
You had an opportunity to actually work in this very courthouse for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did my law school externship, and then after I graduated law school, I stayed on as an intern. It wasn't paid, but the experience was invaluable to me, so it was worth it.
And particularly the field that you were working when you were working here, you worked under Judge Smedley, one of
Yes,
our
I
other
did.
circuit court judges, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your area of focus that you wanted to really focus in on was appellate criminal work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to work on some cases here in Muskegon.
I did. Yes, sir.
And eventually that turned into an opportunity to go work for another judge in another county, correct?
Yes, sir.
Up in Newaygo County.
Yes, sir. For another circuit judge.
Right. And you were doing the same type of work there?
Yet even more work than what I was doing here, more specific. I didn't do the sentence scorings here, and I did that there. I helped Judge Smedley write one opinion while I was here, but I actually drafted most of my judge's opinions as law clerk.
It's quite the responsibility that you had there. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
And remind the jury again, how many children do you actually have?
I have 5 total.
Okay. And again, we're not going to name the youngest, little man, I think.
Little
you call
man,
him.
yes. Nolan is 23 and married. Paul is 21 now. Millie, my only daughter, is 19. She's in college in Oklahoma, as far as I know. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Timothy would be 17. He was 15, a month shy of 16, and then little man just turned 9 in September.
And with the exception of Timothy, no harm has come to your children in terms of them, dying as a result of malnutrition and starvation, has it?
No, not at all.
Dehydration, hypothermia.
No, sir.
None of those inflicted on any of your other children.
No, sir. They're all healthy.
Detective Piesky, at the time he interviewed you, I think attempted to get some photos of Timothy from your phone, and you told him that you had no photos on your phone of him from January on, did you?
I had one from January, but after that, no, I didn't have any.
But you had a functioning phone.
I did, yes, sir.
You used it to monitor the cameras that we've talked about, the motion sensors, all that stuff. You had the ability to use a phone that was your own personal phone.
Yes,
right?
sir, that was my phone.
It wasn't a work phone where there was a
Oh, no.
restriction to say, well,
No.
you can't take photos, anything
No.
of that nature, was it?
No.
So you certainly had the ability to have photographs of your child on your phone,
I
right?
did, yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of your health issues because we listed quite a few issues that you're, in terms of your diagnosis and health issues that you had. I think you said ADHD, something called sensory processing disorder,
OCD.
OCD, those
PTSD.
PTSD. I guess I would kind of classify those more as almost, I don't want to use, I'm not using this word in a negative context because those are almost more mental disorders. Would you
Yes,
agree
sir.
with
Yes,
that?
sir. No, I agree with that.
Right. You also had some physical disabilities as well.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if Mr. Johnson went into those, so why don't you
He didn't.
tell the jury what your physical disorders are as well?
I have allergy-induced asthma. I am allergic to almost everything environmental other than animals, every different type of pollen and mold and weeds. And then I am a reactive hypoglycemic. I have been my whole life, but it was actually after Timothy was born, it got much worse. And they finally figured out right after I moved here what was going on. But it required, I can eat and my blood sugar will still crash. So I can pass out, I can be doing whatever and just pass out. So
If I'm not mistaken, you actually, I had the opportunity to meet a very, very nice, but very large dog. You had a service animal when you worked there, didn't you?
yes, sir, I did.
Gemini.
Gemini, yes.
And Gemini's function as your service dog was what?
He was scent trained to pick up your blood sugar smell. If you've ever been around a diabetic, when their sugar's high enough, they put off this hubba bubba bubblicious smell. Well, we as humans, we can't pick up the low blood sugar smell, but a dog can actually pick up your sugar going up about 20 minutes before we can. And they can pick up the low blood sugar. So he was scent trained. He would let me know when my sugar was about to crash. So I always carried orange juice with me, and that would keep my blood sugar up for 2.5 to 3 hours guaranteed. And then he was also trained if I ignored his alert, and this did happen at work a couple of times. He was trained, he was off leash. He was trained to go and get somebody to bring them to me to make sure I took care of it so I didn't pass out.
It's just remarkable that dogs can do that. It's just
It
an
is.
aside. And was Gemini the first service dog you had?
No, sir. He was my second.
Okay, and so you had one before Gemini,
did.
and then
One after.
one after, and that was Sharma? Is that
Sharma,
right?
yes, sir. He was another Great Dane.
Another Great Dane, okay.
I like the big dogs.
So you are certainly, you are keenly aware of your health issues and the things that you need to do to address your health issues, right?
At times, I don't take great care of myself. I will admit that.
And the fallback to that is you have a dog that will
It
alert
does.
you if your blood sugar gets low.
Yes. Yeah.
So you understand that so you have a backup plan.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So if I forget to eat or my blood sugar gets too low, then my dog is going to alert me to that. So I've got a backup plan.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But you understand how that works. You understand
Yes, sir.
the medical need to have those things treated.
Yes, sir.
And the need to have your other issues that we talk about get treatment for those issues as well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Sensory processing disorder involves basically overstimulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you suffer from a disorder which causes you to become overstimulated with what audio and visual stimuli, correct?
That's part of it. Yes, sir. It can be stress related as well.
But as a punishment for your child, you decided that hot sauce, audio alarms, cold, we'll get into this later, but cold, at least cold, if not ice baths, and isolation and sensory deprivation were appropriate means of punishment. Is that your testimony? Those
Yes,
are
sir.
appropriate forms of punishment?
For some of it, yes, sir.
You also train service animals, correct?
I do.
And when you train service animals, is crate training involved at all?
Yes, it is usually.
And explain what crate training is to a jury.
It depends on what you're using it for. Usually it's part of house training to begin with. And when the service animal in training is very young, you don't get to take them with you 24/7. So you don't want to leave them unattended a lot of times. Plus, putting a dog in a crate, a lot of times that's comforting to them. They like the more enclosed space. So it keeps them contained, keeps them from being destructive, and it teaches them, like for house training, it'll teach them not to do anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside and where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable in their crates, and so it's their house, is they have a blanket or something of comfort in the crates, right?
I don't usually, at least not for house training, because then they could actually do their business on that and shove it to the back of the crate. So I don't usually put anything in there.
But that is a method that some people do
use
employ.
it. Some
for crate
people
training,
use it, yes, but I don't.
right? We've had there's a lot of text messages. We had a lot of testimony from Paul yesterday and a lot of photographs about Timothy's small room. That was basically like a crate, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was that enclosed, but he asked for a space that he could close the door.
He asked to go into that?
He asked for a space. He asked for somewhere he could, some place he can go in and close the door. And it was actually half joking. I was like, that's all I've got, because the other rooms were taken, and there was no way he was sharing with Paul, and I didn't really want him sharing with little man either.
But you didn't set that up as a room for him, did you?
Not originally, no. He was actually out in the lower area for a while.
But you didn't put a bed in there. You didn't put
We
a
did
mattress
originally,
in
yes.
there.
He tore it up.
Okay, but there was no mattress, nothing of comfort for there in him the day before he died, was there?
Not that day, no. He had torn it up. I couldn't afford to get another one.
You put a blue tarp in there, didn't you?
That was what was on the mattress previously, yes.
And the tarp was because he would wet himself.
Yes, sir. Because I tried the mattress covers. I tried plastic. I tried some of the rewashable, and he kept tearing them up.
So his place of comfort was a closet with a blue tarp. Is that what you want the jury to believe?
He spent some time there. I wouldn't say that was a place of comfort. I mean,
Spent some time there. Well, let's get into that. He slept in there most nights, didn't he?
After, I don't know. I don't know when exactly. It was, I mean, I know it was after my husband's stroke. I don't know when after that, but once he'd asked for that, yes, he did.
In fact, he rarely even slept on his bed, did he?
He had taken the bed apart and lost some of the bolts. It wasn't safe for him to sleep up there.
So the bed that we see on those pictures, it wasn't even safe to be used?
No.
So it was a complete lie when you told the police officers that you had to pull him off the bed, put him on the ground to do CPR, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a complete lie when you told 911, I need to put you on hold so I can take him off the bed to perform CPR, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't even remember.
So in all your days, all your confusion, all your blacking out, tunnel vision, all that, you were able to somehow remember. I ought to tell everybody that Timothy was sleeping on a bed. Remember doing that?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever given hot sauce to the dogs, to train the dogs?
I have put it on a couple of objects to keep them off of objects, yes.
Keeps them away from it, right?
Yes, it does.
Right, because they don't want to eat the hot sauce.
Mhm.
And so you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
No, but you could put it on dog food, couldn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about that, honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, enforcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child?
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was at my wit's end at that time.
It was Paul's idea, and you thought, "Yep, that sounds like a good idea. I think we'll do that." Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I said like I said, at that point, I was willing to try anything.
We'll get into the text, but there's dozens of texts in here, and this is just a small section of text where you tell Paul, put more hot sauce on the bread, give him 4 slices of hot sauce. Do you remember those text messages?
Some of them, not very many, but some of them.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't punish a dog with hot sauce, but it's okay to punish a child with it.
Objection, Your Honor. That's
I'll move on. Would you stick a dog in an ice bath as punishment?
That would never occur to me. But then having big dogs, I don't bathe them at home anyway. I use dry shampoo or I take them somewhere else. I don't have a
I'm
facility.
talking about as a form of, I'm not talking about giving them a bath. I'm talking about using.
I don't have
as
space.
A form of punishment, putting a dog in an ice bath.
I don't have space to do that. So I wouldn't think of that because I don't have space with that size dog.
You're saying if you had a large enough tub to punish one of the dogs, you'd put him in an ice bath?
I can't imagine doing that, but.
You can't imagine doing that. Right?
Correct.
You can't imagine punishing an animal by putting him in an ice bath.
Because animals can't think the same way humans can.
So it's okay to do it on a human because they can think, right? They can think better than dogs can, so it's okay to put them in an ice bath. Is that what your testimony is? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it okay to put a human in an ice bath because they can think better than dogs can, but you wouldn't do it to a dog?
I mean, based on the way you asked that, I guess the answer would have to be yes, but it's just it's not
Okay.
the way I think, so.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you said you wouldn't do it for a dog, but we know you did it as a punishment for Timothy.
I never did personally.
But you told Paul to do it.
Yes, a couple of times.
And it never occurred to you, this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
No, because it was the amount of ice was almost, I mean, it was non-existent, so.
So it's okay as long as it's not a lot of ice in the ice bath? Is that your testimony?
If it doesn't affect the temperature much.
Starts off as cold anyway, doesn't it?
Not originally. I don't know down the road, but originally that's not what I had told him to do. Because the first time that happened was before my husband's stroke. It was, Timothy had, we noticed there was no hot water. And we were like, what the heck? And I went down and I'm looking and I noticed the pilot light's not on the water. It's a gas water heater. I'm like, what on earth is going on?
This ends with Timothy turning off the gas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
This part of the story, okay.
And he lied about it for 2 days, but.
Let me just make sure I understand that. Is it your testimony that you put ice in an otherwise hot bath to cool it down?
Yes.
Why don't you just start with warm water to begin with?
I honestly don't know. But that's what happened the first time.
So if you repeatedly refer in these text messages to them as cold and or ice baths, but that's what it was at the end, wasn't it? Cold baths or ice baths,
At
right?
the end, yes, sir, but not the first time.
Not the first time. You apparently needed ice to cool down a hot.
I have no idea what I was thinking. We'd all had to have cold showers for 2 days, and he'd lied to us about the water heater. I'd had to have the gas company out.
You remember taking the law school exam test?
The LSAT? Yes. Oh, I hated that test.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a section on there that's about logic and reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of explained it to my friends as it's the, so-and-so can't sit next to so-and-so at a party, and this person can't sit on this side of the table, and this, so you have to map out all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you scored pretty high on the LSAT, didn't you?
I scored pretty well. I mean, I got a scholarship to law school, so.
So for a test that serves your interest for getting into law school, you have no problem using logic and reasoning.
I mean, I managed to score on it. I hated that test. I know I did not miss a single, there's a logic games section. I think I missed one question on that out of 25. And I think the reading comprehension was also something like that. So I think the lowest score was actually on the logical reasoning.
And yet somewhere before the time your husband had a stroke, logic told you that you should use ice in a hot bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, didn't you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy to a doctor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that the reason you couldn't do that is because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with signing over custody. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The truth is you were, by court order, not allowed to have custody of Timothy, weren't you?
That's correct. But I was offered the option of either taking him or they were going to put him in foster care. And I didn't want my son in foster care. I don't think anybody would.
But there was a court order that said you are not allowed to have custody of Timothy. I'm not talking about a custody agreement. I'm talking about a court order that says you can't have custody of Timothy.
My understanding of the order that you're talking about, it wasn't that I couldn't, it's just that I didn't get custody that time.
Oh, no.
Mr. Weaver, we're going to excuse the jury. At this time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hold on. All right, we're back on the record. We're going to go ahead and excuse the jury at this time. Thank you. All right, may be seated. All right, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would submit to the court that the way that those questions were just answered, it was really just a very simple yes or no question. And we covered this. And Ms. Maynard was present when we covered this, and the court was very limited in what it wanted me to ask, and I asked that question. And she tried to explain it away by saying that she was then offered a chance to take custody or have the child go into foster care. We know that's not true. And I think that gives me fair game at this point to ask her, isn't it true that you were actually subject to a petition to terminate your parental rights, and the only way that was withdrawn was because you agreed to give up and not have custody of Timothy?
Sir Johnson.
May I ask my client a question? Did you hear the conversation we had about the custody situation and the judge's ruling on that?
Yes, sir.
What did you think that meant? What do you think his ruling on the custody question, whether you could have legal custody of your child meant? What did you think that meant?
Could you rephrase that? Because I didn't interrupt that conversation, but while y'all are having that conversation, I mean, my understanding of the exit order, the order you're talking about, was not the way it's been characterized. And I mean, from what Mr. Roberts just said, that was not my understanding of how that case ended. So.
All right, so, Your Honor, my response is this. I want that conversation because I want the court to have an opportunity to determine for herself if my client understood the instruction. Clearly, she did not. Clearly, the way she processes information is different, and she did not understand that she was not allowed to go into those other details. Quite frankly, she sat right here and she heard Your Honor say, this is how far we're gonna go. This was clearly a yes or no answer. The rest of that conversation, those responses were not, I would agree with people, were not in keeping with the spirit of the court's order. They didn't get a lot of detail, but they clearly weren't in keeping. I would suggest, Your Honor, that my client be re-explained the limitations of her conversation on that issue, and that there be a corrective instruction given to the jury. I would disagree that we've gone so far into it. I think the court stopped us before we got to that point where it's opening a door that allows evidence in that's more prejudicial than probative. I don't think we're at that point yet. That's my opinion. So I would ask for a re-explanation from my client as to how far she can go and answer this question, and a corrective instruction to the jury.
Mr. Roberts?
She can't argue the valid judge just because the witness decided to answer the question how she wanted to answer the question. That's like saying, well, I want to take back the answer now because I don't like what happened when I answered it. It's not fair. It's not fair to the prosecution. She's a law student. She just sat up here and explained how she graduated second in her class in law school and passed this bar with a score of 182. She sat through this entire trial. She's been taking notes. She's been actively participating. She's trying to answer the questions the way she wants to get her point across, plain and simple. And the court's order couldn't have been any more explicit that it was a yes or no question about, isn't there a court order prohibiting you from having custody of the kids? I get to come back and explain now why she's sitting here saying that she thinks the order said, well, whenever you want custody back, if you want to take custody or the child goes into foster care, you can do that.
All right, well, before I make it.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut the court off. I apologize. I would just offer the court, I'm prepared for limiting instructions to the jury, that they don't consider this as any type of character evidence or anything of that nature. I think that's perfectly appropriate. But this is a mess of our own making at this point.
All right, well, before I make a ruling, didn't hear her exact answer because I was in the middle of trying to look at Mr. Johnson to say maybe we stop this. So before I make a ruling, I want to hear exactly what her answer was. So I'm going to take a recess. I'm going to look at the record and make a finding. So, yep, we're in recess. All right, you may be seated.
Thank you. Ms. Van Der Ark, I think we were just finishing up. I was just talking about the ice bath with you. And again, your text was, let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. So let's break apart that sentence for just a moment if we can. And then
I think they should be coming back from lunch soon. I've been kind of surfing the internet and listening to what we were watching, and I thought we could head over to Reddit and see what they're saying over there. So here's a Reddit page. We're on crime discussion this is crime discussion on Reddit. Somebody said, here's an article, she's pure evil. Let's see what the article says. See. Make sure you can see what I'm seeing. Okay. Muskegon, Michigan, court TV scripts, News West Michigan, jury selection. Oh, this is an old article. Daily trial updates. Day 2. Dr. Joyce DeYoung, the Muskegon County medical examiner, testified that when Timothy died, he had a low body weight and was extremely emaciated. He was 68 inches tall and 69 pounds at the time of his death. He had no body fat and few ligaments attached. Oh, God. Dr. DeYoung described his body as breaking down. DeYoung said Timothy's cause of death was dehydration and malnutrition, and hypothermia was present as well. The manner of death was homicide. Yikes. This is hard to read. I mean, I know I heard it, but sometimes it's different when it's written. Prosecutors rested their case in chief. Shonda Van Der Ark testified on her own defense, telling the jury that Timothy came to live with her in 2021 after previously living with her ex-husband. We did watch the tortured son trial, defendant Shonda. We did that yesterday, and I linked it. Timothy lived in the home with Chandra, Paul, Chandra's husband, and their younger son, G. Let me just make sure they're not back yet. Okay. Timothy lived in the home with Chandra, Paul, Chandra's husband, and their younger son, G, or sometimes he's called Little Man. Chandra described Timothy as having autism, but was verbal and able to keep up at school. He had trouble with coordination and was diagnosed with ADHD. Chandra said that the leg irons found were purchased by Paul using her Amazon account and that she had no knowledge of them being used. Watch his place of comfort. Okay. We didn't watch that. Maybe we will. I don't know if I can watch that. The pictures are really hard to look at. Chandra said it was Paul's idea to give Timothy hot sauce and that the teenager loves spicy hot food. And then they have those videos. Watch defendant explains. We did watch the hot spicy food testimony. We didn't watch the defendant explains. I mean, we watched it when she testified to it, but we didn't watch that video. Chandra denied having any intention of hurting her son and said that she had many gaps in her memory. During her testimony, Chandra suffered a panic attack and then appeared to vomit on the stand after prosecutors showed her a picture of her son before his death. We watched that. And then day 1, We actually didn't watch day one. We can go back and watch it here and there. The defense and prosecution delivered opening statements on day one. Shonda Vander Ark suffers panic attack in court. Oh, that was on day one. Officer Sean Stefanich testifies when he first saw the victim. He was skin and bones. Paul Ferguson, the defendant's son and victim's older brother, took the stand and testified. Timothy, the victim, was given bread with hot sauce as a punishment. There were limitations as to how long the victim was allowed to use the bathroom. Vander Ark convinced her older son that Timothy was faking not being able to walk and was on a hunger strike. Vander Ark told Paul to force Timothy to throw up after he ate the remnants of a bun crust from a discarded burger. Vander Ark recently finished law school and was a law clerk in neighboring Newaygo, Michigan, before Timothy's death. God. This is horrible. They're at lunch, and they said they were going to be back at 1, and we're just looking at Reddit and videos and whatnot. This is Parawomen Radio, and I'm Amy. If you could give this live a thumbs up, it helps us dance out into the algorithm, bring more people back to the party. I'll try to cut down this live to the last few lives into one thing so that people can watch it. So there's not all the breaks and all that stuff. Let's see. What did you make of her feud? We're over on Reddit right now. What did you make of her furtive glances at the jury? Yeah, why was she looking over? I was wondering who she was looking at, but it's the jury during cross. Maybe she was trying to gauge jurors' reactions, but I thought I saw the beginning of an eye roll each time, as though she's trying to communicate to them. Do you believe this guy? Yeah, she's like looking over. I'm like, how can you believe this guy? Why is he asking me that? Or actually, she just has like she's saying it like with a straight face. How could you say this stuff with a straight face? Could just be my imagination. This stuff was really hard to watch. Amen. To Rut Road. This is really hard. This is really hard to, but I'm doing it. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I'm doing it. Let's see. This broken doorknob of a woman thinks she's some brilliant legal mind. She does think, like, these people are broken, but yet they know they're broken, but their ego won't let them be broken. It's just crazy. This broken doorknob of a woman thinks she's some brilliant legal mind. She's probably analyzing jury reaction based on upon some obscure legal treatise. I don't know how to say that word. She read back in the day, girl, let the fantasy go. The jurors hate you. Mary Poppins hates you. Dolly Parton hates you. If Reeves could hate someone, he'd hate you. That Mr. Rogers is specifically coming back from the afterlife to cheerlead the jurors as they vote guilty on all counts. She's delusional. Oh my God, that's the best comment I've ever read in my life. Dolly Parton hates you. Oh. What? 2 of hearts, spades. That was good. I had tears in my eyes. That's my kind of humor. It was pretty funny how fast she fell for the prosecutors talking about her academic skills. Yeah, she got wooed really fast. She could not resist bragging. It's kind of astonishing to see how someone with such a brain is a totally empty shell of a human. She's not half as smart as she thinks she is. I love Reddit. I do. They tell it like it is. Yeah, no one is. Cross examination tends to bring this unappreciated fact out for all to see. That prosecutor was awesome. He did such a great job. He just laid right into her. He trapped her with all these questions, which showed the truth about what happened and exposed her for being a manipulative liar and an evil, sadistic creep. She is not that bright. She is all proud of herself, but she has no reason to be. I love listening to him. He also walked a fine line of indicating what he thought of her without being too blatant. Very well done. I'm traveling today and so glad I got to monitor this via courttv.com. I just read that she finished law school recently. That seems bonkers to me. Yeah, bonkers. She not only graduated, she finished second in her class and scored a 182. Oh, the sandhill cranes are outside. If you hear something weird, it's the sandhill cranes. They come and visit every day. She not only graduated, she finished second in her class and scored a 182 out of 200 on the bar exam. Wow. Perfect example of someone who is book smart only and totally devoid of any kind of intelligence, insight, or ability to tell others how others perceive her. Let me see. They're not back in court yet. Yeah, they're not back. So they're still on lunch, and we're reading Reddit comments. While this may be true, Cooley only had around 200 students and is very poorly ranked. This is the comment I was looking for. I knew there had to be something amiss with all this education she supposedly has. Oh, so Cooley, well, Cooley Law School. Isn't there a Cooley Medical School too? It's low ranked. The law school might be shit, but everyone takes the same bar exam. That's true, regardless of where they went to school. Her score of 182, 200 is a perfect score, according to her, is nothing to sneeze at and is evidence of an above average ability to remember things and also use logic and reasoning to solve a problem, which her testimony on the stand, if she is to be believed, she's not. She's a lying liar who lies, contradicts. It's not the same bar exam, everyone, to be honest. Also, the passing score for a bar exam is anywhere between 260 to 280, so I'm confused what she's talking about. Well, I don't know what the truth is on that. If there's a lawyer that's listening, please let us know. I get what they're saying, that regardless of the shit law school, her test scores were high and everyone has to take that test, but other people are saying no. So I don't know with that one. Oh, wait, here's a lawyer. I went to law school for a year, didn't know if I wanted to continue. Talked to an advisor. I can't see you doing a job no one else wants. Helping people with a bad landlord. She said, among other things, yeah, that's me being society's trash collector. I dropped out. So that's basically what she was doing. I mean, somebody has to do it, but I guess it should be a person who likes to do it. You know, when I go out in public and I interact with the public, and I mean, if they're just decent and do what they're supposed to do, I thank them. And I'm like, you don't even have to show up to your job these days. I'm just happy you're here and you're doing, a good job, right? or you're trying. I don't give people shit anymore. I really don't. Because nobody these days has to do anything they don't want. And people are realizing that. And they're using that. I know I do. I don't do anything I really don't want to do. There's things that I have to do so that I can make things happen in my life, and I'm the only one to do it. So I don't know. I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but yeah. Don't speak for Mr. Rogers' voice in a negative way. He would be kind to the worst of the people, and that is what made him him. That's true. I have a yin and a yang. Like, I truly have a devil on one of my shoulders and an angel on the other, and I try to be the angel. I think she is getting so much negativity sent at her that she probably doesn't need my negativity, but what she did to her son is so, I don't know. Is there anything that's unforgivable? And if there is this unforgivable? What do you guys think? Is this unforgivable? I feel like I'm on a soapbox. Somebody help me down. I can't be up here. I fall easily. Vander Ark has pleaded not guilty. Oh, we're over on Reddit. We're waiting for them to come back. So I'm reading some Reddit comments. I do like Reddit. Are you guys a Reddit? Do you like to come over to Reddit and see what's going on? I feel like Reddit truly, if you truly want to know the heartbeat of what's going on, Reddit. I just am so self-conscious of my typing abilities. I have a really hard time with my spelling, and I love to throw commas everywhere. So I guess my grammar's bad too. But so I get self-conscious over on Reddit typing. And thank God for AI. It cleans up my stuff. My it does a spell check and grammar check for you, and it's the best. I suspect the prosecutors hate this piece of shit as much as I do. She killed one son and throws the other under the bus whenever she gets the chance. Prosecutors is amazing and really gave it to the bitch on cross. Yeah, and now she can't even show up today. She's feigning this illness. Oh, I'm so sick. I can't possibly make it there all day. And Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Well, what about Thursday or Friday? No, I can't do it on Thursday or Friday either. I just cannot. She pulled the Lori Vallow and she got away with it. They were like, well, we're going to just do it anyway. And they did it. So we're waiting for him to come back. And I'm reading Reddit. I'm going to have to go get some water. So let me find something for us to watch as we wait. This is Parawoman Radio, and I'm Amy. If you could give this live a thumbs up, it helps us dance out into the algorithm and bring more people back to the party. Free way to help us out. And if you like my content, please subscribe. I'd love to have you. I have 1,800 subscribers over on YouTube now, and it's just amazing that I have that many subscribers. And I love talking to you down in the comments. So if you comment, I will 9 times out of 10 talk back because I love talking to you guys. I feel like I would rather have 1,800 subscribers that I can talk to opposed to 1,800 that are I would rather have 1,800 that I could talk to opposed to 180,000 that don't talk to me. You know what I mean? So let me find something for you to watch. We could go back and watch the first day, because I haven't seen the first day. Have you guys? Let's see. They should be back any moment now. Or do we? Let's rewatch her testimony, and then we can watch the first day, like all at one shot. Let's do that.
Thank you. Just to kind of put a bow on this and clarify things, Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated that you are only to be allowed supervised parenting?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Johnson was talked to you about the fact that after Adam had his stroke tragically in January and was out of the home, that was a significant financial hit for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you didn't have a lot of income coming in. Were you working in Nuevo at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
So when you worked here, it was not a paid internship. You were working in Nuevo for paid internship at that time. Is that correct?
For a paid clerkship, yes, sir.
Right, clerkship. And then what were your other sources of income at that time?
Which time?
Well, in January, right after the stroke.
Right after the stroke. The rental income that I received from my brother from Oklahoma, and then I was down to one dog training client.
Now, you're not suggesting to this jury that you couldn't afford to have food for your kids, are you?
No, sir.
In fact, we've seen the pictures, and you don't need me to show you the pictures of your freezer, your
Oh, no.
refrigerator, your pantry, all pretty well stocked with food. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
So so there certainly was a financial ability for you to provide for your children, at least in the food sense, correct?
Yes, sir. I bought food first.
And you're a highly intelligent woman, and I'm sure you're aware of multiple resources available in the community if that ever became an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
United Way, food pantries, anything of that nature, but you never felt the need to reach out to any of those resources, did
No, sir, because we had groceries
you? You talked about, Mr. Johnson asked you about the motion sensors, and I'm not sure we got like any real sense of clarity about the motion sensors. When we're talking about motion sensors, we're talking about ones that would not only go off if there was motion, so the motion sensor is off.
Actually, I'm over on Reddit, and I have to show you this because they are talking about her crocodile heaves. Remember that when she crocodile heaves? And I did see this yesterday. Oh, are they back? They're back.
Court has filed 23110 FC, People State of Michigan versus Shonda Vander Ark. The continuation of the trial.
I want to talk about the crocodile heaves after, though.
Jury room, Mr. Johnson. Before we proceed, I just want to inquire in terms of your client is not present in the courtroom. Can you give us an update from your perspective on her?
The situation remains as it was, Your Honor. My client desires not to attend further.
Okay. Have the people had a chance to review the proposed jury instructions and verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
And any additions or corrections to those?
No, I believe they are satisfactory.
All right, Mr. Johnson, have you had an opportunity to review the proposed jury instructions and the proposed jury form?
I have.
And, or excuse me, I should say verdict form, and any additions or corrections you have?
Thank you.
All right, well, it's my intention after closings to go right into closing instructions. Any objection to that, Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
None.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him up. Mr. Weaver, please rise.
I know what I said.
right, may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll commence with closing arguments. Mr. Roberts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, I want to thank you for your time and attention to these matters. As we've repeatedly indicated, and as now you've seen through the evidence and the testimony in this case, these are incredibly difficult, incredibly sensitive matters. And we certainly do thank you for your time and attention to them. I usually like to start closing statements in a homicide trial such as this by showing you a photograph. And that photograph is usually the victim in the case prior to their death. In this case, our victim was a child. Would hope to be able to show you a photograph of what he looked like within a few months of his death. I can't do that. I can't do that because the defendant apparently took it upon herself to make sure there were no photographs taken of the victim in the 6 months leading up to his death. An opening statement, I told you about that song, What's the Matter Here? And the line from that song, answer me and take your time. What could be the awful crime he could do at so young an age? So ask yourselves that. What was the awful crime that Timothy committed to have these atrocities perpetrated upon him? What did he do? He stole some food? He took some things apart? That's all I heard. And he paid for that with his life. And like I told you, I can't answer the why. I can't answer why the cold and lowly things were done to him, because it doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense that a 15-year-old should be made to suffer the way Timothy was, to be made a prisoner the way Timothy was. And make no mistake, he was a prisoner in that home. We give prisoners rights. Prisoners of war have rights. Timothy had none of those because the person charged with his care and custody refused them, kept him locked up in the basement of that home with motion sensors and alarms to make sure he didn't even go upstairs, let alone anywhere else, but not to even go upstairs. Alarms on his body to go off. He didn't like the noise. Motion sensors on the stairs if he tried to go upstairs. Alarms on his small room, closet, door if he tried to get out. Motion sensors if he put his arm down during a punishment. Cameras watching every moment. And at the heart of all of this, the defendant. That alone, ladies and gentlemen, is a basis for first-degree child abuse. The serious mental infliction of harm upon Timothy as a result of her actions is all you need to find that the defendant is guilty of first-degree child abuse. And that's the tip of the iceberg. Towards the end of Ms. Vander Ark's testimony yesterday, I kept pressing her on that question. What did he do? What is it that he was doing? Apparently so desperate for food that he ate frozen chicken nuggets and uncooked hamburger. Explain this to the jury so they can understand, so they can make sense of why it was that you chose to do these things to him. And she got mad at the end, towards the end of her testimony. It became clear that she was still mad at Timothy. He was sneaky and deceitful. Over and over again, he was sneaky and deceitful. He'd sneak things when he wasn't supposed to. He was deceitful. He would lie about things. And you heard over and over again in the text messages. He's lying about that. He's not going to get away with it. This is all fake. All of those things. So ask yourself this question. Who do we know was sneaky and deceitful here? The defendant. And it started when, after 18 minutes of her son being unresponsive and so obviously deceased, She finally decides to call 911. But you better get her story straight before we call 911. So what's the last thing she says before she calls 911 to Paul? We'll have to tell him he's been on a hunger strike. Before that, where's your belt? Put your belt on him. I want to make it look like he's been this way. No emotion in her voice, no tears. Start with, why does it take you 18 minutes to call 911? You saw the image. You saw Timothy laying there on the floor. You heard them repeatedly talking about how he was stiff, how he wasn't moving, how he wasn't breathing, how his eyes were fixed open, and they don't call 911. Who does that? How does a parent do that? Paul asks her, should we call 911? Should we call for an ambulance? Not yet. And it's almost another 10 minutes before she calls after that. Then when she calls 911, the lies start. I came and checked on them at 5:30. And then when I came down, he was unresponsive on his bed. Both completely false. We know he wasn't checked on at 5:30. We know the last thing that she did and said to her son. You could hear it in Lieutenant Hooksham's testimony today. The last thing she did to her son was to drag him into a small room, throw him down on the ground like he was a piece of meat on a tarp in the room where she says he wanted to be. That was his comfort. Positions him in front of the camera so she can see. Calls him stupid. Then when he has the indignity to roll over, no, that's not good enough. She comes back, positions him again in front of the camera, makes the dog lick his face to get a reaction from him, holds his mouth closed and said, see, dummy, you don't need to open your mouth to breathe. Imagine those being the last words you said to your child. So that's what it was. That's the last thing anybody said to Timothy. You don't need to open your mouth to breathe, dummy. Shut away in isolation after months and months physical and mental abuse at the hands of the defendant, and Timothy slipped away. No, I went to check on him at 5:30. Lie. I have to put you on hold because I have to pull him off the bed. Lie. He's been on a hunger strike for the last couple of weeks, but I was just about to call a doctor. Lie. Then the lies continue. Officer Peasky, Detective Peasky, interviewing the defendant. Why is there a lock on the fridge and the freezer? He's got access. The locks are on the fridge and the freezer because he would leave the door open, but he has access to the pantry. Lie. Text messages over and over again talking about how he was able to get into the pantry and her repeated commands to Paul starting in February to make sure that all the food is locked up and Timothy doesn't have access, including the pantry. Yesterday on the stand, that shifts into, well, he did have access to a small cabinet where there were some canned goods. So this boy who was dying of emaciation, we're supposed to believe that he's going to have the ability to go into a cabinet to get canned goods, get a can opener, open them, and cook himself some food. Well, we know that's not true. He's not allowed to have food. He can't do that. The only thing you can hear in these text messages that he's allowed to have for those last few weeks after the June 13th photograph, which we'll get to in a minute, is the bread with hot sauce. Did you hear any testimony from her about full meals that she would cook for him? Anything? No. What's her response when she gets sent the picture? He's too, Mama, we need to actually feed him. That's the phrase. We need to actually feed him. He's bone thin, Mama. I think honestly, we need to actually feed him. And what's her response? Give him bread. Give him bread with peanut butter. The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. Yesterday, she wants you to believe I didn't see that photograph. She literally uses the word see in her text message. I see what you mean. And then tries to split hairs about what that phrase means. Let's assume she didn't see the photograph for just a moment. Your child is so alarmed that he's saying he's bone thin. I think we actually need to feed him. And your first response is give him bread. What does that tell you about her mindset? Her mindset is that's what he gets to eat. He gets bread, maybe some peanut butter. That's what he gets to eat. Not the canned goods that he can get access to under the cabinet. And heaven forbid he commit the crime of sneaking a piece of candy or eating some frozen chicken nuggets. Give him bread. Detective Peasky. Well, after the stroke, he went on a hunger strike. That was a lie. Paul told you it was a lie. He never went on a hunger strike. There isn't a single reference here to him being on a hunger strike in January or in July. The bigger binder. More of the text messages, just about Timothy. All of the text messages, just about Timothy. I gave her the option yesterday. I said, show me the text about the hunger strike. You're so concerned about everything. You're so concerned about watching the cameras, setting the alarms, making sure the food is what it's supposed to be, making sure he's running stairs, doing wall sits, getting cold baths, all of that stuff. Show me in here where you're talking about him being on a hunger strike. No. The hunger strike thing isn't real. And think about it for just a moment. If your child was on a hunger strike, what would you do? I know what I'd do. Remember, we talked about reason and common sense. What's the reasonable thing to do? Get your child to a doctor. Get your child to a therapist. Get your child to something. But what does she actually do? The first set of text messages we hear? The first text message, February 18th. So this would be on or about the time of that first hunger strike. First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? Ooh. That's where we're starting. Why are his hands free? Because he's a human being. And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it? I think most parents would be ecstatic about their child actually brushing their teeth. I know I am, and my kids do it. But to her, him brushing his teeth is a sign that he's hiding something. Sorry, didn't know he was up. What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been upstairs against the wall? So he's supposed to be against the wall. No. What? Why the heck not? What the heck has been going on? Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been. This is in February. We're not even talking about the last couple of weeks that Timothy's alive. This is in February. And she's already started talking about locking away food. 5 months before Timothy dies, and she's talking about restricting his access to food. Hunger strike? No. She realized late last night that he was thin. She threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. We know what she did to him the last night. She wasn't remotely concerned about his physical appearance. Make no mistake, she could see his physical appearance because she dragged him into the closet, and Lieutenant Hooksum had described to you in unfortunately vivid detail. And the images are horrifying, truly horrifying. But you've seen the photos of what he looked like when he died. And that was hours before. A mother dragging her child into a room, throwing him down on the ground. Does that sound like I realized last night he was ill and I threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat? So I made him a piece of toast with butter on it. She even admitted that was a lie. Said he was done after he ate the toast, went downstairs, He couldn't even move at that point. You heard Dr. DeYoung's testimony about what happens to the body as it breaks down, as it goes through these stages of malnutrition. 69 pounds. The average, and he was average height, the average 15-year-old male is 132 pounds. He was 62 pounds underweight. And we saw what he was like 3 weeks before. Make no mistake, she saw what he was like 3 weeks before. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. No, that's not true. But it's interesting that she mentions getting ready for work. Because on that video, you can hear her. And she's been working on Timothy for a number of minutes at this point in time. And she says, well, I guess I'm going to be late for work, but we've got to get him responsive. Talk about cold. I guess I'm going to be late for work. Your child is dead. And all you can think about is being late for work? She had to have Paul help him get off the bed. Lie. On a hunger strike 2 weeks ago. Lie. There's no pictures of Timothy since January. That one's true. And then when the detective starts to ask about the unusual things in the house, what leg shackles? What are these leg shackles for? Oh, those are Paul's leg shackles. Now bear in mind, this is hours after this has taken place. And it's just lie after lie after lie. How do we know it's a lie? May 18th, the Wisely transaction is handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away so we can talk about the sensors and stuff. That's her text message. The handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy. Well, I would never use them on Timothy. June 27th, he's moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him. So he's handcuffed behind his back. I put the cuffs back behind him. Her. I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS. June 27th. That's 2 weeks after the photograph goes to her, showing how thin he is, and he's handcuffed behind his back by her. Could this be any more about her? Could this text message show you any more how this was all about her? I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS. It's all about her. Fell out of bed at 5:30. Nope, never happened. Never went to check on him. The last thing you said to your child was, you don't have to breathe with your mouth open, dummy. Oh, there's alarms on that room down there because we had the sewing stuff in there. Lie. The cameras were in the home because Gabriel would strip down naked and wander around. Maybe a camera was in there for that. But she doesn't care about wandering around naked. You heard the text messages. Timothy had to clean the garage with nothing on below his waist and then stand against the wall with nothing on below his waist. He had to earn his right to get clothes back. She doesn't care if her kids are running around the house naked. It's a form of punishment for her. Doesn't restrict his movement with shackles. Otherwise. Now, Ms. Vander Ark was up here yesterday for quite some time. And she told you about what an intelligent lady she is, and I will give her that credit. She is a highly, highly intelligent lady. It takes a lot to finish second in your class in law school, graduate magna cum laude. It takes a lot to get a score of 182 and pass the bar exam. Heck, it takes a lot to just pass the bar exam, let alone get a score of 182. So this is a highly intelligent woman we're dealing with. She clerked for not one, but two different judges, was clerking for a judge at the time her child died. Yet she wants you to believe that she doesn't remember any of this. Can't remember any of these things. I don't remember that text message. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember saying that. Every time she's confronted with something that she did or something that she directed to be done to Timothy, she can't remember. How does this woman hold down a job as a legal clerk? If your memory problems are that bad that you can't send these text messages, how are you not seeing a therapist? How are you not on medication to address these issues? You couldn't hold down a job if you were that, let alone a job as a legal clerk, if you had that many memory problems. Let's talk about the things that she can remember. Oh, right after Mother's Day, he weighed 104 pounds. And I asked a couple of times, 108 pounds? No, 104 pounds. Absolutely certain about that. Somehow she can remember 2 months before Timothy dies, what he weighed. That's a detail that she can remember. The bad things? No, can't remember any of that. That's the detail that she can remember. How self-serving is that? That you can only remember the good things and you can't remember the bad things. And 3 weeks later, that's how he looks. Does that look like 104 pounds? Sure doesn't look like it to me. There isn't a single text message in here or in there, the larger binder, where she says, what are we doing? I don't understand why we're doing these things. Why are these things happening? Why is Timothy on a camera? Why is Timothy in handcuffs? Why is Timothy locked away in a small room? If she has all these memory issues, where are those text messages? Where are the memory issues in here? She knows everything that she wants to have done, and she's telling Paul day after day after day what to do to Timothy. Not struggling to remember what it is, not struggling to remember what it is that Timothy had done to be punished in this way. Not struggling with any of that. She doesn't have memory problems. She might have chosen at this point to block those things out from her memory. But make no mistake, all of these things happened. She did all of these things. It's only now that suddenly she has memory issues. So stressed out, so much stuff going on. Not so much stuff going on that you can't spend half of your time at work, especially in those last couple of days, just watching the camera. Watching while Timothy's in the bathtub for hours on end the day before he dies. Telling Paul to pour more cold water on him. Telling Paul to take a pizza roll. Take a pizza roll, warm it up, hold it in front of his face and see if he reacts, but be ready to snatch it away if he tries to eat it. This is supposedly when he's on a hunger strike. And you're going to bait him with food? She did all of these horrible, horrible things. And she doesn't get to hide behind saying, I just don't remember doing them. Or I didn't intend for Timothy to come to any harm. Of course she intended for Timothy to come to harm. Of course she did, ladies and gentlemen. No rational person, no person who can score 182 on the bar exam, let alone any other individual, no parent, nobody with the logic and reasoning skills that she has could not understand the consequences of what she was doing. I didn't intend for any of this to happen. We don't even know if that's true. It's not. But we couldn't even say that that was true anyway. She can barely even say that because by her account, she doesn't remember doing any of these things. For all we know, she did intend for all of these things to happen, which of course she did. And remember, we talked about the cookbook in voir dire. Went over it a couple of times. Unless you hear a defense from the judge in these instructions that says, if you find that the defendant just doesn't remember these things, that she can be found not guilty, she doesn't get the benefit of that. Don't add to the cookbook. Don't give her a defense that I just don't remember doing these things. I hope on some level, maybe she doesn't remember these things because they are so cold. They are so lowly. They are so dangerous that they took Timothy's life. Sleep deprivation, no clothes, hot sauce. You heard the description of the hot sauce today. Oh no, that was Paul's idea. The hot sauce was Paul's idea. Paul's text to her, July 2nd, 3 days before Timothy dies. So apparently this hot sauce isn't just Carolina Reaper, it's also Trinidad Scorpion chili pepper. Her response, yep. She knew what it was. She went out of her way, whether it was her or whether it was Paul at her direction or the two of them doing it together, out of her way to find a hot sauce that would be too much for him to take. Let's set aside the logic for just a moment that how is it that you decide you're going to punish a child with hot sauce if the child likes hot sauce? It's ridiculous. That's the form of punishment? Of course not. That doesn't make any sense. Again, common sense. Don't check it at the door. He didn't like hot sauce. You know he didn't like hot sauce because they wouldn't be using it for a punishment if he liked it. This is July 2nd. This is weeks after this photograph is taken and sent to her when she can see how thin he is. Hot sauce. Hot sauce on bread. 4 slices with hot sauce. 4 slices, as long as there's plenty of hot sauce on it. Then if he waits 30 minutes, he can have some without hot sauce. So his reward for eating 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it is if he can wait 30 minutes, he can have 4 regular pieces of bread. 30 seconds after she sends that text, she talks about getting chicken nuggets and fries for G. She can process all of this in her head. Whoop, punishment, hot sauce, Timothy, whoop, fries, chicken nuggets for G. That doesn't sound like somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. That doesn't sound like somebody who has memory issues. That doesn't sound like somebody who's not in control of their actions. She's in control of everything. She is watching everything. She knows everything. Even when Paul is supposed to be watching. She's watching as well and critiquing how well Paul is doing watching. He's with Timothy at the tub, and she's watching to make sure that Timothy doesn't look too comfortable in the tub. Move his head. Looks like he's trying to get comfortable. Pour some cold water on him. Do the pizza roll thing. Somehow, as an act of grace, mercy, whatever you want to call it, go ahead and give him 2 pizza rolls, and I don't care if they're frozen. It's difficult to understand how a person can be so detached to another person, let alone a child. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the people's position in this case that the defendant is guilty of 2 crimes. That first crime is first-degree child abuse. In order to prove the crime of first-degree child abuse, I do have to prove the following. First, that Shonda Vander Ark is the parent of Timothy Ferguson. That goes obviously without question. Second, that the defendant either knowingly or intentionally caused serious harm and or serious mental harm to Timothy Ferguson. By serious physical harm, I mean any physical injury to a child that seriously impairs the child's health or physical well-being, including but not limited to brain damage, skull, bone fracture, subdural hematoma, subdural hemorrhage, dislocation, sprain, ankle, internal injury, poisoning, burn, scald, or severe cut. She killed him. She starved him to death. She directed that he be in an ice bath for hours at a time. And what was her story yesterday about the ice bath? Well, they didn't start off as ice baths. Okay, so they started off with cold water. No, they started off with hot water. Well, why would you put ice cubes in a hot bath? And how is that a punishment? Then confronted with the text, again, don't remember. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, sleep deprivation, he'll get another ice bath. There's been one before, sometime before you leave for work, and another when I get home. That's the description about 3 ice baths in one text message. I said, you wouldn't make up additional ice and put it in the freezer, would you? Because you needed it for later. No, we wouldn't do that. Might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow, or if we need a bunch more. You heard Dr. DeYoung's testimony. Timothy had signs of hypothermia. How does a 15-year-old in Michigan in July get hypothermia? By sitting in an ice bath for hours upon hours upon hours at a time. And that's what Timothy went through on the last day of his life. Tortured with a pizza roll that he could eat. Cold water repeatedly dumped on him. Repositioned if he started to feel comfortable. And she's watching everything. She's directing everything. Serious mental harm. I mean, any injury to a child's mental condition that results in visible signs of an impairment of the child's judgment, behavior, ability to recognize reality, or ability to cope with the ordinary demands of life. That's a no-brainer. The level of mental harm inflicted on Timothy is difficult to grasp. How a 15-year-old already with special needs, sensory, the sensory issue that she described, she's punishing him with hot sauce. She's punishing him with ice baths. She's punishing him with alarms that make noise that affects his ears. She's depriving him of sleep. She's depriving him of movement. She's depriving him of clothes. She's locking him in a closet. If that's not serious mental harm, then I don't know what is. And again, these are all at her direction. And don't let her off the hook, ladies and gentlemen, just because she stood up here and said yesterday, I didn't intend for these things to happen. Of course you intended for these things to happen. Of course you intended for these things to happen. She's guilty of first-degree child abuse. It's also the people's position that she's guilty of first-degree felony murder. If you find that she's guilty of that first-degree child abuse, you turn to the analysis of the murder charge here. And in order to prove first-degree murder, 2 sheets at once. First, that the defendant caused the death of Timothy Ferguson. That is, Timothy Ferguson died as a result of starvation and or physical abuse, physical neglect and abuse. You heard Dr. DeYoung's testimony about the cause of death for Timothy here, and all you needed to do was look at the photograph to see how he died. And again, I wish I could have spared everybody from seeing those photographs, but I can't, because I have to prove, and this is why, I have to prove how he died. The defendant has one of these 3 states of mind. She intended to kill, she intended to do great bodily harm to Timothy Ferguson, or she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of her actions. Let's talk about that first one for a moment. She intended to kill. I wish I could stand up here and tell you that I think she actually didn't have the intent to kill. I wish I could do that, because the notion that you could starve a child to death intentionally over months and months, which is what it would take, I wish she didn't have that intent. I wish I didn't believe that she had that intent. And it's for you to decide whether or not she had that intent, but her actions sure show that she had that intent. If she wanted to kill Timothy, I wish she'd done it a lot faster than what she did, because what he would have had to have gone through in those last few days or few weeks is unthinkable. But she had that intent to kill him. At a minimum, she had an intent to do him great bodily harm, and you can find either one. And even if you had struggled with finding that, she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. She made a situation so dangerous, so obviously dangerous to anyone, especially someone of her intelligence level, that death or great bodily harm was the likely result. Well, death was the result. Death was the result because of what she did to him, because of the things that she directed to be done to him. On the stand yesterday, she tried to say, well, some of this was Paul's idea. Paul did this, and Paul did that, and Paul did this, and Paul did that. If you need to, feel free to review these text messages. If you want, you can review the bigger binder of text messages, because these are all about Timothy as well. And when I say they're about Timothy, they're not about Timothy, all the good things that he's done and all the good things we're going to do. It's all about the punishments. This is a small window. This is a larger window into the life, to the hell that Timothy's life was for the last 6 months. Every step of the way, her directing, her telling, her ordering, her threatening Paul to do the things. This was not on Paul. I told you in opening that you may not like Paul Ferguson. And I do believe that he is also in part responsible for Timothy's death here. But you had an opportunity to see Paul testify here. Did that look like the mastermind behind this? Or did that look like, as he put it, somebody who was just desperate for attention, desperate for the love of his mother, and doing the things that she wanted him to do? That's for you to decide. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it was. That Paul was doing what she told him to do, because he knew what was going to happen to him if he didn't do those things. Quite simply, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, this is a case of first-degree felony murder. The underlying felony being first-degree child abuse. That's the other element that you need to find happened here, that she committed that felony first-degree child abuse. And if you find those two things, if you find that she committed the first-degree child abuse, and that she had one of those three states of mind, and it doesn't matter which one you decide, but if she had any one of those three states of mind as it related to Timothy, then she's guilty of first-degree felony murder, and she's guilty of first-degree child abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, Timothy Ferguson, to the defendant, had ceased to be a person. Timothy Ferguson had become less than the animals that she trains. You heard her say it would never occur to her to do the things that she did to Timothy to the animals that she trains, to the dogs that she trains. He was less than a dog to her. And this was a fight that he was not going to win. But don't take my word for it. Of course, I had it then. July 29th. And even if he sits up right before you get there, as you get there, I honestly don't care if you get a little rough with him. July 29th again. Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. This is supposedly when he's on his hunger strike. You don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him for it. Cleaning up the rooms, directing Paul to make sure that he cleans up the rooms. And please check the carpet to see if it needs to clean that too. There's some different awesome cleaner for the carpet that he can use if he needs to. He will need to use a different green and yellow sponge for that. I do not want him using my nice sponges for either of those. July 1st, after the photograph that she's got, Might be best if you give him like 4 pieces of bread to eat before he starts work, just to make sure he stands up while he eats them, please. That way he has no excuses. July 1st. The camera in his room needs to be picked up, please. Lots of hot sauce for that. What do I do if he doesn't finish within the assigned time? Hot sauce. These are all after that photograph. So apparently this hot sauce isn't just Carolina Reaper, it's the Trinidad Scorpion chili pepper. Yeah. While he's on a hunger strike on July 5th, the day before he dies. Forgot to tell you this before I left. Timothy was doing his fake stumbling and falling last night, of course, so I decided to prove once again how fake it is. I asked him if he would stop doing that if he would eat a whole pizza by himself, and he said yes, of course. And then I told him how obvious it was that he was being fake, and he had just proven that yet again, and of course he just looked down and didn't respond. Can't say it any more blunt than she does. She was not going to let Timothy win. Plain and simple. And if that many died, then many died. He dies, she kicks into survival mode and starts to lie to the police. That alone evidences a guilty state of mind, ladies and gentlemen, but you don't need that. You don't need much more than these text messages to prove that Shonda Vander Ark is responsible because she intended to kill, because she intended to do great bodily harm, or she at least created a situation so dangerous that death or great bodily harm was a result to her child, Timothy Ferguson. And I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty of first-degree felony murder, first-degree child abuse. Thank you.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah. Are you ready? Need a moment? You all good? Okay. I'm a child of the late 50s and grew up in the 60s and 70s, and during that period of time, and even the 80s and 90s, when you remember something, it was in your head. It was something that was up here, and a memory was up there, and that's where the memories were. That's where we kept them, and it was a great system because they're all there, and if called upon to respond to a memory, a situation, an issue, the entire memory and its context will come coming out. Then we started doing something in the aughts and the 10s and the 20s, where we started having these devices called cellular phones. And in those cellular phones, they have this thing on them called text messaging, where you can write down whatever's going through your head at the moment and send it. It's a great system. I mean, let's face it, we all use it because it works, and it works well, and it's very utilitarian, and we love it. But I think if we had a chance to think about it, we'd all admit that what you text isn't everything that's going on. That what you text doesn't tell the whole story. The text you sent today don't tell the whole story of your whole day. Just tell a portion of it. They tell a snippet. They tell a story. But they probably don't tell what happened to you from the time you got up and you couldn't find your left shoe to the time you're going to go to sleep tonight and wishing you had an extra slice of that pie for dessert. It doesn't tell you all that stuff, right? It tells you a snippet. It tells you a bit. It doesn't tell if you're mad or you're kidding or you're suggesting or you're tired or you didn't spell check before you sent it. So it says go when you want to say goat. It doesn't tell any of that stuff. It tells you a snippet. It tells you a portion. It tells you a particle. And that's what text messages do. The greatness of text messages are they're great. It's in the message. The weakness of them is they don't tell the whole story. And if someone were to grab someone's phone and look at what they did from a year and a half ago and try to figure out what they were thinking based on their text,
They know that snippet, but they wouldn't know. I'm venting. They wouldn't know. I don't take this serious. I don't mean this seriously. They wouldn't know that even though I'm mad at you, I still love you, because that the part in the text is going to be, you didn't clean your room, and that's it, because that other part isn't with it. The other part, our communication, even when I speak to you right now, our communication is the words that come out of my mouth are only about 35% of what your information you're taking in. You're watching my body language, you're listening to the sound of my voice, you're listening to the context, you're looking at the situation. That fills in the other information that you're going to need to have in order to figure out, with the most powerful computers that known to man, our brains, what I really mean and what I'm really saying. If you have all you have is a text, ladies and gentlemen, it's like watching a movie with no picture. All you hear is the voices in the background. Somebody has to explain to you what else is going on in that scene. That's what we have here. We have a series of texts. We have a series of texts that people can select and jump around in terms of not just times and dates and times of day, and without reflection on the circumstances. You're at work, you have time to send a 3-second text before the judge calls you and says, come do something else. Or you're sitting in your living room, you're reading a book, and you can take your time with these texts. It doesn't tell you any of that. So what comes out to you is a distorted picture. My suggestion, someone takes your text, what comes out to you is a distorted picture. It's not the whole story. It's not the whole situation. It doesn't tell the whole thing. All the texts that you've written do not tell you the whole story of your life. It tells you what they refer to that moment, and that's it. And the rest has to be inferred. If someone comes along and takes it out of context, and takes it out of circumstances, and it takes it out of where it existed at the time you sent it, you have a different story than what was intended. The communication you're getting is different than what you intended. That's problem number one. Problem number two is when you take those texts and you back them up with somebody who's highly motivated to lie. Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't have supercomputers back when they invented the theory of relativity. But Einstein, he didn't have a supercomputer. They hadn't been invented yet. What Einstein used to do famously, he used to call them thought experiments, where he'd imagine a situation and then he tried to think his way through. He was pretty good at it. He kind of changed life on the planet doing this. He kind of changed life on the planet. Now, you've been told that Paul's deal was that he had immunity from prosecution for whatever he talked about, and he'd get a sentencing recommendation or something like that. And there was one other thing, I forget, it doesn't matter. There's 3 things you were told him. He's charged with child endangerment, child abuse in the 1st degree. Okay. And you were told that by our judge that you can believe all of what somebody says, part of what somebody says, or none of what somebody says. You were told that was Paul's deal. I'm going to invite you to it, and that Paul could be charged with 1st degree murder, which Paul told you from the stand. I asked him, do you know what the penalty for that is? I sure do. He could be charged with 1st degree. Now, I want you to do this thought experiment. You're a lawyer. You're Paul's lawyer in this thought experiment of my making. And the prosecutor calls you and say, I want to use your client to testify against us now. And you say, okay. And then you have the client testify. And then he testifies. He does everything he's required to do, everything he wants. They want it. He gives them everything he could. He gives them. And then at the end, once he's done testifying, his lawyer finds out they've charged his client with 1st degree murder anyway. After all, that wasn't part of the deal, right? He could be charged with 1st degree murder. Paul could be, theoretically, it's not part of the deal, could be charged with 1st degree murder, even though he's fully performed. What would, in this thought experiment, what would your reaction be that you sent your client in, he did everything he was told, and he still gets charged with 1st degree murder?
Might I suggest to you that you might be a little upset with that? Might I suggest to you that if you were informed that after Paul has performed and you're his lawyer and he's still getting charged with first-degree murder, that you're going to be upset. And I further suggest that you're going to tell everybody, you're going to tell all of your defense friends, all your defense lawyers, you're going to tell them, this is what they did to me. When do you think the prosecutor is going to get another defense attorney to serve their client up again? If you do that, when do you think they're going to get another defense attorney in this county and your thought experiment to serve up their client if he does what he's supposed to do and he still gets charged in the circumstances like we've described? Well, you know what the answer is. You know what the answer is. In your thought experiment, you can figure out this is what is not going to happen. Because you know what's going to happen when the defense community is going to find out what happened with Paul and his testimony. Get what he's supposed to, still got charged with first-degree murder. Get what he's supposed to. He's not going to be able to get, the prosecution's not going to get another defense attorney to come forward and give up their client again. This is part of something that's obvious, and it doesn't have to be in writing. Everybody, if you do the thought experiment, it's in writing. It's not in writing, but you can do the thought experiment. You can bet your house Paul's not going to get charged with first-degree murder. You can bet your house that Paul's deal is not his immunity. Paul's deal is that no first-degree murder. That's his deal. Paul is highly motivated to tell you the story that will keep him from getting that charge. And he did. Read his own text. Paul's the one who's talking about, I wish I could beat him up. I've never wanted to beat up somebody more in my life. Paul's the one who kicked in the door. Paul's the tormentor. Paul is the guy who's not only tormenting his brother, he's also enjoying it. And Paul is motivated to say now, and Paul testified against his mom. Paul tortured his brother. That's who Paul is. And Paul ain't going to be charged with first-degree murder. I don't care what the deal is. I think that should be obvious. So you got the two B's. You've got these text messages that give you a false and misleading representation of what people are thinking. You've got Paul sitting here talking for his life, talking his butt off. He's trying to get out from under. In fact, at one point I asked him, "Isn't it 2 wrote a letter to your mom saying you wish it just ended all so you could get out of this thing?" And he said, "Yes, I did." That's who Paul is. Paul's also the nexus of information for my client. Yes, my client, he told my client one time that he thinks he's thin, we should feed him, but on another time, in fact, right before his death, Paul says, no, he's fine. Paul is the nexus of information. If you have those cameras, these security cameras in your home, you recognize those are great devices. And generally speaking, they do the job. But the kind of detail, kind of vision that you need, you really need Paul there to augment that so that you get a full picture of what's going on. And Paul was there, and he was providing for my client.